Here are your current travel times. Eden's outbound 15 minutes, inbound 23. On the Kennedy outbound is 30 minutes, and the inbound is 47. On the Stevenson outbound 34, inbound 26. On the Eisenhower outbound, slow traffic, 27 minutes. On the other side, 29. Dan Ryan outbound is 19 minutes. Also slow traffic there. On the inbound is 17. On the Bishop Ford outbound is 13 minutes. Inbound, it's 13 also. On the DuSalvo Lakeshore Drive southbound is 12 minutes. And the northbound is 12 minutes also. And this is Miss Lady B with your traffic report on WCPT 820.
Nice job, Lady B. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm going to be filling in for Joan Esposito again today for the next 3 hours, and then my show will roll into that for 2 hours. So you got 5 hours of me today to just, stick around for the whole thing, or
take it away, yeah, take it away. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
And now, live from Chicago, filling in for Joan Esposito.
Please, Netflix, let me play Rudy Giuliani in a big kind of bloviated Cheney suit like the one that Christian Bale wore.
Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
You can see the roots of the paranoia that Trump has in what he uses to attack everyone else, and why he thinks everybody's a crook because I'm a crook, and the only difference between me and them is I don't use email, so their emails must be just full of criminality.
Hal Sparks, live, local, and progressive.
Well, welcome to the show, everybody. I'm very excited to be filling in again for Joan, and I appreciate her letting me, honoring me with the space of taking over her show for a little while. I'm, of course, live streaming at infotainmentwars.com and at twitch.tv/HalSparks. If you want to support what I do, patreon.com/HalSparks, or just give a like, just give a thumbs up. We were in the 45 zone of subscribers on YouTube. We finally crested over that. We're now in the 46. I feel so much better not having to share the number of the former, I hesitate even to call him a president, because he was just kind of a placeholder for certain Republican ideas and a big mess otherwise. Lots going on today, not the least of which is a story that has come out as the January 6th committee has released more of the transcripts from their interviews with former White House staffers and I guess the surrounding Jan 6 conspiratorial. I mean, did they help? Did they hurt? Because they didn't actually move the ball forward. They just created some violence and destroyed their own reputations. The Ali Alexanders of the world. They're in the news of all this. We're finding out from Cassidy Hutchinson's interview that that Mark Meadows was burning documents in the White House fireplace twice a week. That's, by the way, like, part of this was during the winter, but part of it wasn't. Also, it must have been hot in there, just the volume of fuel he was using at a certain point. And again, most of the documents he's burning, there's probably a printout version of those documents someplace. But what do you burn? Why do you burn in it like a printed email or a PDF of something? Why would you burn that? I'll tell you why. Because of your personal notes, or specifically the personal notes of Trump that are on those pieces of paper when he was marking it up, telling people to do things, asking them to do things for him, many of which we obviously know that he was attempting a good deal of criming during that period of time. And as he was doing that, he would scribble on paper because he thought he was untouchable, and that if the president does it, then it is not a crime. So he thought he could get away with ordering people to break the law on his behalf. Mark Meadows, because he was training wheels for stupid, was sort of in charge of getting rid of the evidence. And it's no surprise to anyone. And again, we thank our lucky stars every single day that people like Mark Meadows were in charge of the Jan 6 coup nonsense. Because if it hadn't if they hadn't, if anybody had been in charge who had any brains, it would have actually been successful. Thankfully, everyone involved with it, to the person, was an idiot. There is a batch of transcripts that have to do with the fact that Mark Meadows was also trying to. She talks openly about the fact that Mark Meadows was trying to. It was witness tampering. He was telling her, look, play ball, stay loyal to me and to the boss, meaning Trump, their term for their big guy, I suppose, and trying to manipulate her and say, and knowing that the lawyer that they had assigned to her was telling her the exact same thing. The problem they had was she dumped that lawyer because she recognized that it wouldn't protect her to back other lies because the truth was eventually going to come out. So she got her own lawyer and started telling the truth, which is why we're finding out a good deal of the things we're finding out, including that the Secret Service was covering for Trump and the fact that he tried to throttle Tony Ornato and others because he wanted to be taken to the White House, to the Capitol from the White House or from the speech. Also, interesting detail that came out, and this was from Claire McCaskill. She brought this up, that apparently Trump knew somewhere around 2:30 in the afternoon that Ashley Babbitt had been shot and still waited another 90 minutes to film his video telling people to go home. People witnessed him with a piece of paper. Somebody had come in and slipped him a note saying a civilian has been shot in the Capitol. And remember how much flack George W. Bush got for reading My Pet Goat for another 9 minutes on 9/11? Another 7 minutes, whatever it was. Remember, I mean, that's still a story. That still comes up in regular rotation. Meanwhile, Trump, while he's, watching on TV, his supporters attack the U.S. Capitol, he hears around 2:30 that a woman has been shot. Now, by the way, no word on whether he knew about the other woman who had been trampled to death, who was ironically, of course, carrying a "Don't Tread on Me" flag. She was a Republican Trump supporter who was trampled by other Republican Trump supporters on that day. The police that those very people were trying to attack tried to resuscitate her after other MAGA supporters dragged her to them seeking medical attention for her. It was too late because they had apparently crushed her rib cage. No word on whether he had a note on his desk about her. Probably not. I would even doubt that he, to this day, knows about her. But he apparently did have a note on his desk that Ashley Babbitt had been shot, and he decided to wait an hour and a half before dialing back the rhetoric, and even then came out and said, "We love you, you're very special," before telling everybody it was time to leave. Just grotesque. But in a discussion about the Cassidy Hutchinson documents, these are from the summer. Previously, we got transcripts from September, and this is who's this Lowell from? They don't even say who's saying this in particular, but Hutchinson couldn't elaborate or confirm any of the details of the kind of documents that Mark Meadows was burning. And that's probably not something that even the DOJ can probably corroborate. But it is interesting when you think about the timing. Hutchinson testified that one of the instances when Mark Meadows was burning these documents was when Representative Scott Perry was actually in the Chief of Staff's office. Also, by the way, Scott Perry was subpoenaed to talk to the January 6th. He was asked to talk to the January 6th committee and refused. They were talking about election issues. They were talking about the vice president's role on January 6th. And certainly, if you're looking for circumstantial evidence, this seems to be very damning. Two other things that stood out to me, says Lowell, was that Hutchinson was in the room for part of Trump's call to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. And she seemed to notice how the White House counsels were quite concerned after the call. As we have since found out, DOJ is investigating that call. The Georgia District Attorney is investigating the call, and one of the concerns for the White House counsel was exactly what was being discussed. The people were hired, especially in the waning days of the Trump presidency. People like Kash Patel and others were brought into or raised up in the job that they were currently in. They were given a promotion in the final days, essentially to either gather documents for their own use or to get rid of them. One of the fascinating parts is that there was, let's see if I can find this. He was not only burning documents, but Mark Meadows was having teams from their own NSC copying documents, many of which he brought home with him. So Mark Meadows is up to his neck in this, and Trump is not going to stick his neck out for Mark Meadows anytime soon. They're all of these folks, again, Mark Meadows effectively lying to the January 6th committee as well, saying that he did not call the people at the Mayflower Hotel, I believe it was, where Bannon and Rudy Giuliani were gathered with Roger Stone and others and members of the Proud Boys coordinating what happened on January 6th. He said he didn't have a call with them or speak to them on the phone was, I think, the words he used specifically. And the reason he said that is because they FaceTimed. It was a video conference, and so he was making a distinction without a difference in that situation and hoping that covered him. He could get around the fact that he had actually communicated with, the war room, they were calling it, by saying he never called them because he didn't consider FaceTime a call. Which is interesting considering that one of the lawsuits that Donald Trump is being forced to be deposed in on several fronts is a lawsuit against him for promoting a video phone during his time on The Apprentice, where he was pushing this product, but at the same time not letting viewers know that he was being paid as a spokesperson. And so curiously enough, the fact that he would be selling this video phone, and Mark Meadows is aware of this. He must be aware of this because it was a nagging lawsuit that had been around for a while. As his chief of staff, he must have heard about some of this. That he's making that distinction and splitting that hair, considering how Trump had been selling a video phone that was shaped like an actual phone. It's just curious. Anyways, Meadows no doubt will be called into a grand jury if there is one, and there will be, that the DOJ convenes to dive into this. So that's the big primary news. We got to take a break. When we come back, I guess we have to take a look at Tesla stock, don't we? And the direction that the genius is taking this company. Nah. There's too many other news items to talk about. Not the least of which is that tomorrow. Day after tomorrow, beg your pardon. Friday, Trump's taxes come out. 6 years of his taxes will be released by the House Ways and Means Committee on Friday. So if you see a lot of sweaty, bloviating freak out coming from Donald Trump over the next couple of days, that's why. Not that he needs a reason these days. Seems like it's all he does. But in particular, this is it. We'll be back. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. Be back right after this. I wish I could send audio clips Chicago's direction, but I cannot. So, and hi, chat room. Welcome. Good to see you guys. Yeah, 70% down from the beginning of the year. Yeah, he wrote off Stormy's payout. That's funny. As a business expense. Hilarious. One second, pulling up some stories, guys. Welcome. Gather round. I find there's this one. Hold on. There's this one story about the Jan 6 fundraising that's just very odd. I mean, there's a lot that's odd about it. But this one particular aspect of this woman who raised money for the Trump campaign, she's now claiming that she didn't even try to raise money for the Jan 6 rally. It just happened. They just threw the money her way. She didn't even, it just started flowing in without her reaching out to anyone. Just fascinating.
"45 seconds."
Excellent. Thank you. And Lady B, you're wonderful. I'm just going to say so. Coming back. Hold on. Let me bring up one more thing. That'll be my primary on this guy.
5 seconds, cueing in the music.
Excellent. Welcome back. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito today on WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk. WCPT820.com is the website. I'm just saying, you can bookmark it. It's got all your favorite talkers on there. And then, of course, my Saturday show is here as well. So, join us sometime if you want. Otherwise, you can watch me live streaming at infotainmentwars.com or at fwank.com, FWANQ.com, of course. And then, of course, my Facebook page or Twitter or even Rumble, where the right wing gathers, which is really a cesspool, I got to say. It's like somebody gave some mouthwash to BitChute, but just barely. It was like used mouthwash. Ugh, I'm grossing myself out. Anyways, avoid Rumble. It's gross. But that said, one of the most fascinating things about the January 6th thing, besides the fact that we now know that Mark Meadows was destroying documents on their way out the door and trying to cover Trump's buttocks as well as his own, and was trying to manipulate and cajole witnesses into testifying in a way that would, protect Trump, is this odd thing about how January 6th was paid for. Now, never mind the fact that the Trump inaugural fund was always rife with corruption, and where the money came from and what it was ultimately spent on is anybody's guess. And considering that at one point somebody looked up the fact that Trump 1 year gave money to the Boy Scouts, and he gave the least amount of money to the Boy Scouts that anybody gave. In a year that, by the way, he was bragging about the Boy Scouts loving him or something. And he gave $7. And in giving that $7 to the Boy Scouts, everybody was like, $7? What is that? If this was the Girl Scouts, it'd be like 3 boxes of cookies maybe back then. What was it? Turns out Donald Trump's charity paid the $7 entry fee for Don Jr. to join the Boy Scouts. To join the Boy Scouts cost you $7 the year Don Jr. joined. And Trump took it from his public charity, from other people's funds. Trump's had a history of this. He's always been a fake billionaire. He's always been scheming and scamming. It's just what he does. It's how he got into the White House. But at a certain point, the return on investment on that kind of behavior, there's usually a wall. So, and he hit it fairly hard. And he's got the sort of political CTE to prove it right now. But there's a woman named Carolyn Wren who worked on the Trump campaign, raising money, leading up to the 2020 election. The failed Trump campaign in 2020, I don't know what they were raising money for, because he was getting paid at the rallies through his own super PAC, I suppose. So the money laundering aspect, I guess it was a low end money laundering endeavor instead of a real campaign. And I guess if you're going to lose anyways, why waste the money really trying? So, and I think the biggest campaign expenditure that we know of was, of course, him sending Rudy Giuliani to Ukraine to pay $5 million for a hard drive full of compromat and fakery that the Russians were shopping for $3 million. But I guess in the art of the deal, we all learned that if you can pay $5 million for something that costs $3 million, that's just what billionaires do. See Elon Musk. Anyways, Carolyn Wren, who worked on the Trump campaign, was interviewed by the select committee. And interestingly enough, she says that she never really tried to raise money for the January 6th gathering. It just sort of happened. According to a report that ProPublica revealed, Wren boasted to Republican operative Dustin Stockton that she'd raised $3 million to support the Jan 6 rally. She also described how she had parked unspecified amounts of money for Jan 6 at an arm of the Republican Attorneys General Association and the Tea Party Express and at Turning Point. We'll get to that later because Ali Alexander and Charlie Kirk and all those guys are now, they have turned on each other. The firing squad has turned inward, but for some backbiting, that's where the injuries are coming from. A collection of affiliated nonprofits that serve young Republicans, the report said. She testified to Congress. She said, "For me, I don't recall ever soliciting funds during that time. Like I wasn't raising money from donors to go into any sort of account or the RNC like the Trump campaign. I'm not really sure how that would have worked if the campaign could still solicit funds after the election. I know there were, you could still technically, give to the RNC, but it may have still been Trump victory too as a term, but I wasn't involved in doing that. With the exception of March 2020 to November 2020, I went in-house with the Trump campaign, so I didn't have outside clients outside of the Trump campaign for that duration of time." The committee asked, and would that have been the Trump Victory Finance Committee? And she goes, "That's a good question. I don't actually know." Wren said about who paid and employed her. Trump Victory was the joint fundraising committee between Donald J. Trump for president and the RNC. I believe that my salary was just Donald J. Trump for president. Okay, so to your knowledge, were you employed by Trump Victory Finance Committee? She says Trump Victory Finance Committee was the name of the finance committee. So like the person who employed me, I believe, was Donald J. Trump for President, Inc. She went on to say that she was never a finance director, as would be in a traditional campaign. Instead, she was called Senior Advisor to Kimberly Guilfoyle and National Finance Advisor. When asked who she reported to, it was Guilfoyle, who was the, quote, finance chair. Starting to get a picture why Trump's campaign was doomed from the start, besides his, obvious bungling of COVID and his desperate attempt the year before to try to get the Fed to do negative interest rates and basically print money for free, actually at a cost to the taxpayer, so that they could jumpstart the recession he started with his tax cuts. Anyways, Wren explained that there were 3 different buckets of fundraising cash. Oh, I bet there were. There was a legal fund and an illegal fund. No, I'm kidding. There was a legal fund. There was a state party fund. So that's where that number increased by time as they added different state parties to it. And then the other fund there was one other. And that total ended up, she didn't say what it was, that total ended up being $817,600 as the maximum a donor could give. So if people were giving a large amount, really over $250,000 or $500,000, like that legal fund was always a talking point that came from within. Now the waterfall would move as to where the legal fund would be at times. And I never really, do you understand? Donald Trump was receiving donations from God knows who to this legal fund in amounts of like $250,000 to $500,000 or more. The max you could give to it was $817,600. And where that legal fund resided, which bucket or which organization or who oversaw it at any given point was anybody's guess. It just did not matter. People were just dumping money his direction, and God knows where it came from, because I don't know if anywhere in there where we're guaranteed that these were U.S. funds only. That would be a curious thing to look at. She goes, and I never really, it was little bit confusing to where that would be, but it was certainly a big talking point that I would give to donors from 2017 all the way to November 2020, and would be, we're going to be prepared and we have a legal fund. It meant that all the way from 2017 to 2020, the campaign was raising a legal defense fund for the campaign, which, by the way, had almost no top on it, $817,000. We're not talking about the $2,500. And then by Trump constantly saying Russia, 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 and all that kind of stuff, he could argue, or probably would try, that I don't think it's legal, but I think he would argue and get himself out of real trouble or any major fines or any major jail time, basically saying that he had to defend himself legally in the public eye. So any situation where they're paying for, like email blasts or any of that stuff that you pay for from a campaign that goes to, I'm being tormented by the impeachment committee, or I'm being chased and hounded by the Mueller investigation, counted as a legal expenditure. And since he did it from a gold toilet, the toilet was, business machinery. She said she would conduct what she called donor maintenance, which was talking to campaigns' largest donors and giving them updates and information on what was happening. But I wasn't, I would say, during that time, ever really actively soliciting funds for anything. I was just more like talking with them about their thoughts and trying to relay information, just things that were going on at the time. She clarified that when she said entities, she meant Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell. We got to take a break. It's the Joan Esposito Show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm just filling in, and I'm glad to be here. This gets murkier every day, and there's a reason why Republicans are retreating away from Donald Trump at the fastest clip in their existence. We'll be back. Wow. Yeah, they paid for Roger Stone's flights to D.C. from that fund. Mm-hmm. And she's also, Wren was the woman who paid Kimberly Guilfoyle $60,000 to speak at the Ellipse that day, or at the Trump speech on January 6th. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, and then there was another story I wanted to bring up in the thing that I had gotten from... I got stuff spread all over the place because I got such a day. All right. And by the way, welcome. Don't forget to like and subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show, super chat, all that kind of stuff. Larry, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for becoming a member and super chatting. Jonna, thank you so much. And yes, thank you, Andrea Brower. Absolutely. Just another human says so. As do I. Thanks for the new subscriptions, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, Steve, for being a member. Sylvia, thank you so much. Okay, here we go. Coming back in a moment.
Yes, about 30 seconds.
Excellent.
Cue in the music in 5 seconds.
Excellent. welcome back to the show. So, a lot of noise has been made about the border lately and the eliminating of Title 42. There seems to be a lot of confusion going on around the numbers of people crossing the border and what's causing it and what's stopping it and the like. Now, Title 42 has been in place since the initial COVID lockdowns as a way of making people using a health code declaration about infectious disease as a legal pivot point for keeping people out of the United States and being processed by crossing without, their asylum claims or other things being adjudicated while they're outside the country. During that time, and quite frankly, after the creation of the Trump wall, if you listen to Republicans, the border has never been worse. Crossings at the border have never been worse. And if you track what that means, let's review. After the wall was built, the border has never been worse. And during the time that Title 42 has been in place, the border has never been worse. Now, it wasn't that bad before the wall, and it wasn't that bad before Title 42. Is there a reason? I know we finally got to over 1,000 on Twitch. Yay! I know, we're getting there. If you want to subscribe on Twitch, Amazon Prime doesn't cost you a dime. I'm just saying. Okay, so if Title 42 and the wall are such a big help, why has the border gotten worse? Anybody? Now, I know it's a confusing thought. It's right up there with a bunch of fentanyl was seized, and that's terrible. The Republicans seem to be very upset every time a large shipment of fentanyl is seized, as if it not being seized is somehow a plus. But we all, it's very mind-boggling. We see this all the time. Anytime the number of people caught by Border Patrol goes up, the assumption is that, that's only 10% of it. They have to only be catching a little bit. When Trump was in office, the idea was that if they caught a little bit, that was all of it. In the Biden administration, if they catch all of it, that's just a little bit of it. That's the standard we're talking about. But I am still confused, and perhaps somebody can call in and let me know from the right side of things and explain to me why the border is worse after the building of Trump's wall and during Title 42. Much of the wailing and gnashing of teeth has been about the fact that the Biden administration wants to end Title 42. It's no longer necessary. There's no legal basis for it, and effectively, from a infectious disease standpoint, it doesn't hold water at this point because of Americans largely being vaccinated and the like. So if the numbers are up during Title 42, and there aren't that many more people stampeding up there than there have been at any given time in history, there aren't that many more people passing through Mexico, let's say, to get here. Why are the numbers of people crossing through Mexico to go to the United States normal to 2017, 2018, or even 2015 numbers, but the number of crossings are way higher? Well, that would be because Title 42 allows Customs and Border Patrol, when they find you, to turn you right around and send you right back to Mexico, where most people try again. And we know that a third of the people who get caught crossing the border have tried at least 3 times. They've been caught already, fingerprinted, ID'd. They know who the person is. Another third have tried more than 2 times. And the other third have tried at least once already. So the numbers are staggering. The Republicans want you to believe that one person who tried to cross the border 4 times equals 4 people crossing the border. And this is the artificially inflated number that Title 42 gives you at the border. And the reason the Biden administration wants to end Title 42 is because it will get rid of that the illusion of mass crossings. The number of actual people crossing once they are either brought over, processed, allowed in, or returned to their home country, or returned to a country that they should have applied for asylum in, but when they first crossed into that country's borders, because that's the law, the number of people crossing the border will go down. But as long as you've got Title 42, the number of crossings versus the number of humans crossing will be way higher. And Republicans need that as a political pressure point. They can scare people about the border much easier when the number of crossings remains as high as possible. It's an illusion. We didn't always have Title 42. We didn't always have these crossing numbers. It's not even a mystery. Go down and ask the CBP people that are down there. They'll tell you they see the same people coming again and again and again and again and getting rejected, sent right back to Mexico to try again. And you will hear, keep your ears open when you hear Republicans talking about the border. They will talk about the number of encounters and the number of crossings. They'll say you'll occasionally hear the number of immigrants as a very high number as well, where they'll kind of mishmash with those. But when they're being seriously questioned in any circumstance, they will talk about the number of encounters and the number of crossings being way up. Because there's a difference between, I'll give you an example. If you're climbing a ladder, you still have 2 feet at the top of the ladder, just like you did when you started at the bottom. You don't get a new foot for every rung you touch. That's the kind of math that Trump touted. That's the kind of math that the Republicans are using. If Title 42 ends and we start processing people who are here either as economic migrants or as people seeking asylum, that number will dwindle. And as you actually adjudicate cases and send people back who do not have legitimate asylum claims, the word spreads in countries where they came from that you don't just automatically get in. And again, if you see someone on television saying the border is wide open, it's a Republican. There's not a single Democrat on the news the entirety of the Biden administration that's gone on and said the border's wide open, come on in. But if you listen to anyone on the right, that's what they're saying. They will say that to a group of migrants to their face across the Mexican border. Republicans will say, yeah, the border's wide open. Nobody will even stop you, which is a lie and endangers the lives of those people who attempt to cross the Rio Grande, for example. So, meanwhile, when we talk about asylum claims, the BBC has a report that just came out that as China eases some of its COVID travel restrictions, a lot of Chinese people are fleeing the country and are attempting to come to the United States via the southern border by going to places like Ecuador and then working their way up. There's a lot of conversations on WeChat and Chinese social media about what the process would be to get to the southern border, talk to Chinese dissidents within the United States, and be met with sponsors so that they can file an asylum claim at the southern border. 3 days, this is from the BBC. 3 days into their trek through Central American rainforest, some 9,300 miles away from home, the Sun family threw away their camping gear to lighten the load, thinking they would be out by nightfall. Instead, they were stranded in the jungle by heavy rain. That night, Sun Jinsai, his wife and 3 children, aged 6, 9, and 11, squeezed into a small tent they found on the trail, likely discarded by other migrants like themselves, while trying to do their best to ignore the cold water seeping through the thin fabric. Luckily, none of us got sick, said Mr. Sun. It was one of the most perilous steps on the journey from China to the U.S. Sun, 34, his wife, and his youngest child used to spend the better part of a year living on the coast of China where jobs were abundant. The other 2 children live with their grandparents about 400 miles away in Jiangxi, a landlocked province in China's east, as it is hard to enroll in school outside their hometown. But as the Chinese economy lost momentum and tough COVID-19 restrictions and a growing tide of authoritarianism gripped the country, Mr. Sun began searching for ways for the family to leave the country together. China's going backwards, Mr. Sun said. My wife and I want a better future for the kids. And this is exactly the kind of immigrant that the United States traditionally welcomes. People who are fleeing authoritarian governments who want to make a better life for them and their children. And the method that they're using, partly because the Chinese government keeps an eye on people who are flying to the United States and will, if you try to take your whole family with you, won't allow it. So you have to fly someplace that isn't on their radar and then try to make your way up. This is the only option they have. And they certainly can't apply for asylum inside China. And again, those people crossing, that man, his wife, his 3 children, all of them, under middle school age. Those folks, they're like, the Republicans would like, they may try a couple of times to get across the border, so they're 15 people on paper. 15 military-aged males who are going to commit terrorism, according to Republicans. Now, when they get here, they may have their asylum case adjudicated and be allowed in the country. Or they may have dissidents in the United States or in Canada, help them transit through the United States and go live in Canada, which happens a lot as well. But the Republicans themselves, this reliance on Title 42 and this idea that there's just a flood of migrants coming across and it's the biggest number you've ever seen in your life, is them messing with the numbers for political purposes. And the end of Title 42 will add some clarity to the number of people who are actually there, not the number of times they actually try to cross. We got to take a break, and I'll be back right after this. Our number is 773-763-9278. In the third hour, I will be taking a bunch of calls, so be prepared. And the next hour, my dear friend Philip Bittner will be joining us from Ukraine. He's in Kiev. He joins me regularly on my Saturday show and on my morning live stream on Wednesdays. We're going to be discussing a lot of what's going on there, the sort of current state of the war, and the current state of American support for it and the value of that fight itself. He'll be joining us at the top of the next hour. So we'll be back right after this. This is Joan Esposito Show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm just visiting, but I'll do my best to try and make it entertaining and informative today. We'll be back right after this.
I have Liberal Dan on the line.
Oh, right on. Cool. That's great. Thanks, Emily Angel. Let's see. Yeah, we'll grab Liberal Dan at the top of the next break, or at the top of the next segment.
Mm-hmm. 30 seconds.
One second.
Five seconds, queuing in music.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Joan Esposito Show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm just filling in today. She's got fill-ins tomorrow and Friday, and then she'll be back next week after the, she's got her system down. I gotta look into this whole taking a vacation thing. I think it's gonna grow on me after a while. I've never really tried it before, but I might have to. I'll check it out. If somebody's got a pamphlet on the whole how to take a vacation and what it entails, I'd love to hear it. By the way, we have a caller online. Liberal Dan is joining us. Liberal Dan, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How's it going, Hal?
Good. How are you? Welcome. Glad you could be here.
I'm doing really well. Just getting over a little bit of a cold or whatever, but
Gee, what's that like?
You know. Oh, I know. I know you had that too. So, yeah, it's been wonderful, living the dream. Everything's good. Yeah, it's I haven't heard you talk about much about this. Have you noticed a change in like either the algorithm on Twitter? Because I'm seeing like a lot more conservative stuff recently. It seems like my thing is like I think Elon has really tried to push up the toxicity of Twitter beyond what it used to be, beyond the standard, just to get
there is one thing in particular, which is the trending on there. There was a period where and it still works this way, but if you click on the three dots on the side of a trend and you say not interested, in theory it should go away. It should leave your feed. And when Elon Musk took over for a couple of days, it worked as directed. It never had before. It was always glitchy, and now it's terrible. It almost takes the fact that you click on it as a sign that that it's got your interest. If it's something terrible and you have no interest in seeing, whatever is in that topic because it's just gross. If you click on it, it will say, oh, this made you click on something. That's an active user. Therefore, the more I show them this stuff, the more they'll click no on it, which means their eyeballs are locked to the screen, which means ad rev. And that was, he's definitely been messing with that. You'll also see they switched on something where if somebody you follow read something, it starts to show up in your feed. Well, a lot of I and people like you and the people that we would likely follow, we give a certain amount of attention to the awful that is there because we're referring to it or we're responding to it or we're pushing back. Or dragging it or whatever, and that adds it to your feed. Because I'm sure to some degree conservatives would arguably say the same thing because they're seeing, if somebody on their side responded to something you or I tweet, they're going to see it in their feed, and they're like, "Why am I seeing all this lefty stuff?"
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's been great. I've gotten like Kyle Rittenhouse and Marjorie Taylor Greene, craziness in my feed.
He's definitely boosting Kyle. He's definitely boosting Kyle on purpose. There are a couple that he's absolutely giving a lift to, no question. Whether Marjorie Taylor Greene is in that category, it's hard to say. Although Musk seems to like playing footsie with her and her account and her thought forms a lot. I mean, I think he appreciates her QAnon angle, quite frankly, more than he lets on. Because a couple of times he's popped in, whether it was the Paul Pelosi story or any of that stuff, he's piped in with very QAnon adjacent garbage at any given time. And it's almost note for note what shows up on Marjorie Taylor Greene's Telegram feed, for example. It's almost like he's cribbing it from her. So that doesn't surprise me either. There's definitely him boosting individuals because he can.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, thank you for letting me on. I want to wish you a happy New Year because of you. And I had actually Phil on my show a few weeks back, and that was awesome.
Excellent.
And so I hope you have a happy New Year. I hope we can get you on mine sometime soon when you have a free week.
Indeed, if indeed I ever do these days, but absolutely glad to do it. Very interested. Cool. Right, well, we'll plan it in the new year. We'll make it happen. Appreciate it. Thanks, Liberal Dan. Thanks so much. Our number is 773-763-9278. This is a Joan Esposito show, and I'm Hal Sparks, and I'm filling in. There is there's been a big fear, quite frankly, in regard to the, Elon Musk's quote unquote control over Twitter. But I gotta say, there's been as much blowback and sort of a careful what you wish for trend in terms of what Musk is experiencing, both in response to his tweets and his messages, and quite frankly, what has happened to Tesla stock, which brings us to, obviously that huge story, which is, an embarrassment in and of itself. All by itself, it would be terrible. But Tesla stock is, currently at what, $112. It's lingering around there. It has lost 70% of its worth this year so far. Word on the street is that everyone's expecting it sometime in January to dip below 100. As I see people talk about this stuff, as I see the multitude of discussions that they have about where Tesla's going in the stock world, I sort of like Trump's Truth Social and the SPAC that funds it. I am hard pressed to find any value in it at all, and I don't mean that just to be snarky. I mean literally. There was a period, and it was way back during the Obama administration when Obama helped Tesla get off the ground with funding they wouldn't have gotten without the 2008 crash and the insistence on the Obama-Biden administration to support electric car manufacturers while bailing out the big three as part of that package, which, by the way, Republicans hated at the time and thought we shouldn't be picking winners and losers, especially around electric cars. And now they're big Elon Musk-ovites. And the question I have is on a material level, as far as, I guess to some degree, it was able to return dividends to its stockholders to some degree, simply in a Ponzi scheme to take funds from the incoming stock purchases, which were way overvalued, and just use that way overvalued stock purchase to pay everyone a dividend that was higher than it warranted from their from their genuine profits. That's got to run out at some point. But it seems that I'm just hard pressed to find out why that stock would be worth, say, more than $35. For what? There was a period when Tesla was an innovating company, where it was on the cutting edge of interior design and battery life and all that kind of stuff. The heyday of the expanding fleet of available Tesla vehicles and the battery pack on the wall that you could get, which, by the way, is a stack of rechargeable AA size lithium ion batteries all chained together. Basically, that's what you're getting. And just like the ones you use in an Xbox controller that recharges. And just lots of them. And they're just all linked together, in a big daisy chain. That's it. That was a period where you felt like every time you turned around, Tesla was either announcing some new feature or showing off some sort of quality and aesthetic design, much more akin to, Apple's advances in what the iPad or the iPhone or the Mac itself look like over time, where they upgrade the kind of modern quality of them. And then that just died because Musk decided to chase primarily the idea that automation, that self-driving cars are is the top of the market. That when people think about buying a car, an electric car, or a car in the future, their biggest purchase desire will be based on the idea that the car drives itself. That's ridiculous. The primary reason to purchase a vehicle is not so that you never have to drive it. It hasn't been, and it will not be for a very long time. And so they gave up on the technological innovation that comes from, what Tesla was producing that was interesting everyone. Never mind the fact that he was chasing off his very customers by being rude to them on Twitter and cozying up to people who would never buy an electric car because they think it negatively affects their testosterone. And this includes Marjorie Taylor Greene. Go easy. And beyond just the marketing idiocy of it, but that they chased the automation element with R&D more fervently than battery life. That they just stopped expanding in the areas that affected the consumer the most. How far will the car go? What's the ride like? What are the available after the extras that you can get? They just kind of started blowing that part off, or he did, directing the company to focus largely on the auto drive part. And it's a mistake. It was a dumb business decision. It artificially created, because it was such cutting edge new technology, and it was mind boggling if it would work, that it drove a lot of attention and a lot of investment. But it turned out to be a bunch of balloon juice, and it is effectively the crypto of the auto world. And so there is no material reason why Tesla's stock is worth more than $35 a share. No one seems to be able to provide a convincing reason on any of the economic websites I've looked into why in the world Tesla is worth $112, much less $250, much less $400 a share as an auto company. It ain't Google. It ain't Apple. It's got single products in one ecosystem, and that's it. One of the only things keeping it up as high as it was, government contracts. Selling electric semis to the government. And was Trump buying a bunch of electric semis? No. You know who's buying a lot of electric vehicles for the federal fleet? Joe Biden, a man that Elon Musk attempts to dunk on 10 times a day in the most grotesque, ageist way. It's absurd. That's why the stock's taking a dive. That and the crypto idiots need to pull some money out to pay their bills. We'll be back at the top of the next hour. Philip Bittner will be joining us from Kiev, and we will be discussing all things Ukraine. And then in the following hour, taking your call, I'm Hal Sparks, filling in for Joan Esposito. We'll be back. Yeah, I don't get it. Let's see. Anchor editor large. There we go. Phil's joining. Hey. There he is. What's happening? See if I can bring you in, or if you pop in, or if I have to add you after the volume. Grab the do this. Linkages.
Am I sideways or vertical?
No, you're perfect. Yeah, you're exactly where you need to be, my friend. And welcome.
Okey-dokey.
Let's see.
Alrighty.
Where? Screen. There it is. And they can hear you. Now I'm just making them see you. And
alrighty.
Let's see. Whoops. Man, yeah, there you go. Hold on. Let's
go
see.
Down
Pop back in. And poof. There you go. Look at that. Almost like a magic trick. Oh, you're lowering your desk or standing it up?
My magic.
Yeah.
I just lowered it a little. Get the headroom better.
Yeah. It's good stuff. Hi. How are you?
I know. Good. How was your holiday? How was Christmas?
It was lovely. It was full of family and all this stuff. And my mom finally got home after 2 days on the road because of all the flight stuff that was happening here. That was no fun.
I heard.
But yeah.
I bet.
But you know what I kept thinking about was all these pictures of like Southwest luggage everywhere. I'm sure you've seen them. People backed up in the airports, and then all of the thing where Southwest had luggage just in rows and rows and rows. And it looked almost identical to the footage that I've seen coming out of China of dead bodies. And I was like, man,
I know, how morbid. Yeah.
Do we have it good?
Yeah.
It's stacked the same way. It's just like if you squinted, you wouldn't even know the difference. Ugh.
Awful.
Yes.
Awfulness.
So I'm like,
Well, we had
Yeah.
two air raid sirens on Christmas, so they sing us a little Christmas gift from Moscow. That
Right.
was lovely.
There was another.
But aside from that, it's been nice.
Good. There was another hit on Engel's base, I think, as well.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
They got another. Well, no, it was an attempted strike. Apparently, the Russians say they shot it down.
Right. They say they did. It still killed 3 people and put a hole in the runway, which sounds like
right. Yeah.
Sounds like an.
If that's defending your airfield, then at this rate we'll be fine.
Sure. Yeah. I think honestly that's just one of their like CYA messages. Like, well, they didn't blow the whole place up. And then there was the guy who was visiting in India, the Russian dude,
Yep.
who the sausage king of
openly criticized Russia recently. Yeah.
right.
Or rather, the Kremlin. Yep. Suddenly took another nosedive out of a window.
And
And the
didn't
Indians
somebody else
said nothing to see here.
right? Didn't somebody else like on his trip die like the day before? Either
Yes.
one of his bodyguards or something like that. It's hard. They don't really.
His advance team or his part of his advance team that went there to, I guess, set something up. Some sort of executive on his board. Died previously but that wasn't out of a window. That was something. I think that might have been poisoning. He ate something that disagreed with him.
Right,
really badly.
Really, really disagreed with him.
Really badly.
Really bad. I don't honestly know what if one. I'm just going to say, as a matter of policy, if you're ever in a situation where you have an advance team and you send them ahead and one of them dies because they've more than likely been. But that's why you have an advance team.
Maybe don't go.
Don't go. Right. That part. Holy shit! That just amazed.
If the king's food taster keels over and dies,
Right.
maybe not eat the soup.
Yeah, maybe. Don't sit there and go, is it just too salty? Yeah. Taste the soup. What?
He had the shellfish. He had the shellfish.
It's fine.
Allergy. Don't worry. Have the
You
soup,
English with your
king.
fish and
We
chips.
all love
On the
you.
plane, I have the chicken. Yeah. I like that part. That part just amazed me. And let's see. We'll talk about that when we get on the air, no doubt. But also, I'm looking for.
There's the arrest. There's the arrest in France. There's movement on the ground. We can talk about it
Live
after.
from Chicago, actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
Welcome to the show, and joining us right now is my dear friend Philip Ittner, who is in Kiev, who got to enjoy, I think, 2 air raid sirens on Christmas Day while he was there.
On Christmas, yeah. Santa was not bringing us toys. No. Dead Moroz, Grandfather Frost out of Russia, was bringing us missiles on Christmas.
Right.
Yes.
Well, for those of you that don't know, Philip Ittner has been on my show several times. He's been on Tom Hartman's show and others, and hopefully I'm introducing him to some new audience members as I fill in for Joan Esposito today. I'm Hal Sparks, and I'll be with you till the end of the show. And she's got 2 people filling in for her. She'll be back next week because she's good at taking vacations and I am not. Now, there's so much to cover about what's happening in Ukraine, not the least of which is this thing about Russian oligarchs and gravity. Do we have a current head count? I think my count at this point is 35.
2 or 3 dozen. Yeah, it's somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah. That are the last one was openly criticizing the special military I guess ballet that they're doing. I don't know what's the lovely word that they use for it these days. That Russia is doing, and then one of his advance team was poisoned the day before he got there, or the day he got there.
In the immediate run-up, yeah.
Right. When your advance team dies, you don't turn around and go home. I'm just saying. That seems like the strategy. Isn't that why you have them?
Yeah, it's but they've been dropping. I mean, they have literally been dropping dead left, right, or center almost every other week, maybe 3 or 4 times a month. You know, there's somebody else who has been speaking out against the Kremlin or the special operation in Ukraine, and they run afoul. Now, it's been kind of guys in the energy sector for obvious reasons, or guys in the defense sector for obvious reasons. This guy was the sausage king, apparently.
Right?
But
he was the Abe Froman of St. Petersburg.
That's right. That's right.
Snooty,
but he was
snotty.
rich, and he was vocal, and
now he's dead.
Apparently, apparently will give you a severe allergy to gravity. So
right. It's amazing to me.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me. Like, and by the way, this is apparently not the only. It seems like maybe they've just run out of oligarch money to gather, because I'm sure you've heard about the bank runs currently going on in Russia. That they are.
let me introduce myself to Jill's audience a little bit. I was a CBS radio reporter and producer in Yeltsin's Russia at the end of the 90s and the beginning of the aughts. So I saw the rise to power of Vladimir Putin. And I've been coming to Ukraine for 21 years. Pardon me, I've got the gunk, as you do. But I've been coming to Ukraine for 21 years. My first visit here was Pope John Paul II when he came here. I was on Maidan Square in 2014 when the uprising against a Kremlin stooge who was in power here and then was subsequently replaced, and this whole period of conflict between Russia and Ukraine, just obviously this year has become a full-fledged war across the entire country. So those are my bona fides. That's where I come from. I have a YouTube channel people can check out. I don't know how. Did you see my Christmas video? I put up on Christmas Day. Unfortunately, I had editing problems, but
I understood. I did, but I didn't. I will retweet it so people can see it again.
It's long. It's long, but it's got chapters. But basically, I've been coming here for a long time. I know the Russians. I know the Ukrainians. I speak Russian badly, admittedly. And I live here, and I'm a veteran of broadcast journalism, CBS, ABC, NBC, Fox, Sky News in the UK, and these kind of places. So I came here not to be on their dime, but rather to live with the Ukrainian people and give a different kind of perspective into what the news is happening here on the ground, and kind of give more what it's like to live here, really. And it's been a privilege and a humbling experience, because the Ukrainian people are just amazingly resilient, and no more so than this last Christmas season, where they basically said it is a form of resistance for us to feel joy and love and the holiday spirit. So they did just that. So it's been amazing. But sorry, what do you what
so
shoot me a topic and we'll talk about it.
Yeah, one of them is just the sanctions taking hold, and the cap on Russian oil has created a situation where Russia's just saying, we're not going to sell to anybody who agrees to the cap, and you're like, and the rest of those countries are like, yeah, we know, we're already not buying your stuff, we're just making it amongst ourselves. We know that was the point, kind of. Russia was sort of picking up the slack in what the Europeans were trying to accomplish by not spreading it. But there was news, and I don't know if you've heard about it there or what your take on it is in particular, that Russia is freezing the accounts of people and effectively turning their savings accounts into war bonds. And that there's video coming out of bank rushes all over Russia and people kicking ATM machines because they have no money in them.
Yeah. Well, there's a history of Russia doing this and allowing corporations to do this under their basically Russia is run as a kleptocracy. So under the umbrella of the government, oftentimes companies will not pay their employees, for example. They will they'll get they they'll have tax agreements where they don't necessarily have to pay their taxes, all in service to the state. And in this time of crisis, apparently they're doing it again. And so there's the concern that maybe pensions, for example, for senior citizens, what we would, our Social Security, their pensions, just will suddenly stop being paid. And the government will say, well, we're in a crisis situation. You'll get it back when the situation changes. And you just have to live with it. That's how things kind of operate in Russia. I remember back in the 90s where people wouldn't be paid for months on end. And it's just, we have the power. And if we decide not to pay you for 6 months, there's very little you can do in reaction to it. And so it looks like Putin is kind of bringing that 90s procedure back into practice. And we'll see how it plays, because that's one of the reasons Putin got in was this instability of the 90s.
Was that Yeltsin was effectively doing that, and he was going to fix that part of it, and now they're reacting.
Exactly.
They might have but he's got a stronger hand, arguably, than Yeltsin as far as people's fear of him.
Yes.
So he might be able to hang on to power during this. But there's still people, like video upon video, I keep seeing of people like screaming at ATM machines and calling them anti-gay epithets, right? Because there's just no money in them, and there won't be. And that's on top of us hearing, stories of soldiers not being paid and the like. And you know me, I scour the pro-Russian Telegram channels, which are, I have to say, doing their level best to put a shine and a spin on this stuff. And still, you can see in their reaction to stuff, their frustration, their anger growing every day at Putin and I guess his circle. I wouldn't call it an administration at this point. Obviously, everybody's wondering when enough will be enough, and it'll be hard. It's hard to tell. I know you've said that Russia has a history of like a long wind up before anything actually occurs.
Yeah, the way I put it is in Russian history, which does tend to kind of repeat itself, nothing happens, and then everything happens all at once.
Right.
And then nothing happens, and then nothing happens, and then nothing happens, and then everything happens all at once. And it just
history of revolution.
Rinse and repeat.
Right.
Yeah, it's just revolution. The people take it as long as they can, and then when they can't take it anymore, then there's a revolution. And instead of letting the steam off the pressure cooker, Russian authorities don't seem to learn from this, and there's these massive, I don't want to say explosion given the context, but there's a revolution that happens. So we'll see what happens in 2023.
Right, when a lot of this starts coming home to roost in a big way, because again, financially, there's a time where they were like, they knew this was starting. They knew that Europe was starting to move in the direction of, say, kicking them off the SWIFT system. So they backfilled as best they could to protect themselves against it, thinking the problem is, I think their ego fed them an idea that they would only need about 3 months cushion, and they're going to need about a decade by the time this is done. And it's not possible to have.
No, they don't have it. They don't. No, that's impossible. Well, I really do believe they thought this was going to be a swift engagement, that they would sweep into Ukraine and that it would be a matter of days, maybe a couple of weeks, and that they would be in Kiev. The delusional level of the Russians, it was just a massive miscalculation because and then also by Zelensky not leaving the capital at the beginning of the war and creating a proper resistance. That gave then the international community the opportunity to take some distance and some breathing room and go, okay, we're going to back this guy. Whereas if there were Russian tanks on the central square in Kiev within 72 hours, the international community would have said, well, it's a fait accompli, it's done now. There would have been much wringing of hands and gnashing of teeth. But ultimately, Putin, I think, was hoping that it would be such a swift victory that it would be, the international community not responding.
I think he was counting on
the international community not responding.
Right.
Or Trump still only be in. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was He was hoping that it would be reactionary, whereas what it turned out to be was proactive, and the international community saying, "No, we're going to back this guy." So he didn't expect that, Putin.
And Trump could have kept NATO and the United States military on its heels just long enough. I don't think he could have held out forever, but held it just long enough to give Russia enough time to take Kiev. That being slow on the jump, or even, quite frankly, like you said, proactive in terms of, it was the Biden administration telling Zelensky, no, they're really coming this time. Zelensky was like, I don't think they're going to do it, because they amassed at the border multiple times. But our intel was saying, no, this time they mean it and they're coming. And it turned out to be right. And it was the Biden administration being ahead of that curve and talking to our NATO partners beforehand and saying, we're going to need to back these guys because it's going to be bad. And it turned out to be the truth. We got to take a break. We'll be back right after this. It's the Joan Esposito Show. I'm Hal Sparks filling in. Follow Philip Ittner if you like what you're hearing and you want to hear more. Philip with one L, Ittner with two T's on Twitter, as long as it lasts. We'll be back right after this. So there's
I had to give my little bio there so that
no, it's good. No, it's useful.
I know what the heck I'm talking about.
Sure. Yeah. No, it's.
I've been watching. Hey, so this is weird, by the way, Hal. How much time do we have? These are short breaks, relatively.
Yeah, we
right?
got like 90 seconds, something like that. Yeah.
So I've been noticing, by the way, a lot more vloggers coming in. I don't know what's going on, but like there are these vloggers coming in who have no idea what they're doing here, and it's like, oh dear, okay. I don't know why they're coming now. It's weird.
Maybe because it's safe and yet appears scary, which is perfect for travel vlogging. I don't know. It's hard to say.
For vloggers. Yeah, I guess so. What do you want to talk about next?
Okay, so
do you have a topic? You want to talk about the negotiations, or
yes? Well, or yes, we'll bring up the reality of what a negotiation means. Right, exactly.
Quote unquote. Yeah.
The one of the stories was, and thank you. I'll find it here in a second. Let me see if I can find this. Okay. Yeah. So there was a report that Putin had a meeting with his military commanders via video phone, like he's been doing lately, and he just swore at them and hung up. They didn't actually give a report, which I thought was fascinating. Because he's been big on dressing them down. Welcome back to the show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. With me is my friend Philip Ittner. He's live in Kiev. And we were just discussing during the break that in one of the pro-Russian Telegram channels that I keep track of that feeds sort of information about how things are going, a person who purports to be, and you always have to take these things with a grain of salt, purports to be someone inside the security detail, was saying that Putin had another one of his video roundtable meetings with his military commanders, and instead of glowering at them like he has been while they tell him stuff he knows to be BS about what's happening in any particular front, or especially in the Kherson region and around Crimea, he just yelled a bunch of expletives and hung up. And it's hard to say if that points to a new, a direction for him, or if this is just a blip like a lot of other weird moments that he seems to have. But he seems to be angrily swearing at people, and it is reminiscent of what we're finding out from the January 6th transcripts about Trump's final days in office, where he shifted from being, just a jerk to losing it, to screaming expletives at people nonstop. And these guys are, I guess, kind of cut from the same cloth.
They're both bullies.
Yeah.
They're both bullies. Mm-hmm. And when things don't go the way a bully wants them to go, he will lash out, and then ultimately, hopefully, as we're hopefully fingers crossed seeing with Trump, there will come a day when Putin is no longer a scary guy, but is either locked away somewhere, or is the widespread pariah that he deserves to be. So You know what's weird about that, Hal, is that also I'm seeing fraying on the edges of an awful lot of the way Russia operates or has operated during the Putin era. Mm-hmm. And so leaks coming from the Kremlin 5 years ago would have been seen to be, just outrageous. It would have stolen front pages. There would have been an entire news cycle concerned about
Putin,
oh my goodness,
Putin put a bag over a dude's head and dragged him out of the room based on
his security forces did. Yeah, that's right.
Literally in one of the meetings,
like
it was like the Untouchables, and he's walking around with a bat. That would have been the norm. If anything got out. Nothing got out of the Kremlin, and it was rare for a thing to come out of the Kremlin. Now we're seeing it almost, on a regular schedule. Things are coming out, and they're not. I go back to the the news about him having somebody who checks his feces when he's traveling, or him falling down the stairs and relieving himself. Right, defecating
this phone
down the
call.
Yeah.
All of this would never have come out even 5 years ago, especially directly targeting Putin and his behavior. That kind of thing was absolutely unheard of. So that is not something we should easily disregard. That is when the tapestry that is Russia starts to fray on the edges. Again, it is this thing of like deal. Nothing happens, and then everything happens. When you start to see the shark circling the alpha, not to mix too many metaphors here, but you know that things are already in motion, because otherwise they wouldn't even start to circle. So I think we have to pay attention to the fact that the Kremlin is leaking significantly. And then I think we also have to look at this attitude that I see growing in Russia of who's to blame. Who's to blame? It's your fault. A lot of finger pointing, a lot of like, it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault. Right. And that's, again, something you don't see in Russia, and at a time of war, all the more so. So I think we're starting to see that snowball, again, another metaphor, heading down the hill, and will it gather snow and eventually, hit the ground, and we'll see where that shakes out with Russia and with Putin. I mean, I don't know, but we're in unprecedented territory. This war is, I've covered wars for 25 years, over more than 25 years. And I have said to many of my colleagues in the press corps for the last year, this is without a doubt, the most historic war that I will probably ever cover in my life. Now, mind you, I hope this to be my last war that I cover. Right. But of all the wars that I've covered in my professional career,
I hope it's the last one you have to deal with too.
Yeah, me too. But there's never been. This is the most enormous historic war in absolutely in decades, and I think I would be safe in saying even going back to the Second World War, although we could have a debate about that. But it's certainly enormously historic, and this is going to change an awful lot. The continent of Europe, and by default the globe, will not be the same after the end of this war, one way or the other, because if the Russians win, it won't be the same. And if the Ukrainians resist and the Russians crash on that shore that is Ukraine, Russia won't be the same. And then by default, everything will be different. So we're witnessing history, Hal.
Yeah, there is. So, and which brings us to, and we'll probably have to discuss this on both sides of the break, but the negotiation terms that there's been a couple of times, one back in March, maybe 6 weeks in, where Russia was floating this idea that we're willing to talk and we want to talk, and the reason they either seem to be seeding this idea, that they need to regroup, which is one of the reasons they want to stop and talk, but tell everybody about their kind of baseline negotiation point, what they want. What do the Russians want? But as a minimum.
Right. Among other things, what the Russians have said, Lavrov, the foreign secretary, the foreign minister of Russia, recently came out and said, as a starting point, Ukraine must recognize the independence of all of these massive provinces in the east where they had a forced referendum. The Russians had a forced referendum where they literally went door to door with weapons, with automatic weapons, and said, pointed weapons at people.
Whose side are you on?
In essence, and said, vote. Do you want to be with us, the guys who are standing in front of you with the Kalashnikov, or do you want to vote to be part of Kiev? I mean, no one in their right mind would consider that a legitimate referendum. But Lavrov, the foreign minister, is saying, as a precondition to talks, Ukraine must recognize that those territories are now part of Russia. And this is why Ukrainians will not start negotiations in earnest, because if you let the Russians do that, if they were to acquiesce to that, the argument that the Ukrainians have, who know their enemy far better than anybody else on this planet, the Ukrainians know the Russians better than anybody else on the planet, because they've lived with them for centuries. They know very well that if the Russians are able to regroup, have some advantage to this war, then in 5 or 10 years, they'll just do it again. They'll never stop coming for Ukraine, because Ukraine, as the gem in their imperial crown, is their colony of most worth, will never be allowed to break away from under the thumb of Moscow. Is the impression, is what the Russians believe, and the Ukrainians understand that the Russians believe that, and so they will not give an inch, frankly. Ultimately, there may have to be negotiations in which territories maybe come under a special... I don't know. We're well away from that. We are so far away from that at this point. But the Ukrainian position, because they know the history of the occupier and their colonial master, that if you let them get away with it, they'll come back. And having lived in Russia and studied Russia for a quarter century, I would be willing to side with the Ukrainians on this one. The Russians must be resisted on this, or they'll just come back.
Yeah, and I have a big question about what a huge turning point that could occur right after we come back. I'm filling in for Jonah Esposito. I'm Hal Sparks. This is Philip Bittner. He's live in Kiev right now. Follow him on Twitter. We'll be back right after this.
Hey, Hal, can you do the library on top of this music?
Yes, I will. As a matter of fact, that's a great idea.
Thank you.
Look at this. Practice my commercial.
Hello, Lady B.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Okay,
Hi,
here we go.
We met so briefly in Chicago.
Excuse me, I'm trying to do a very professional thing right here. Hawks Volkswagen of Joliet has been the #1 volume Volkswagen dealer in Illinois for the past 6 years. If you haven't experienced Hawk Volkswagen for yourself, now is a great time. Choose from a huge selection of new Volkswagen models like Jetta, Passat, Tiguan, Atlas, and Atlas Cross Sport. Over 30 of each in stock. All the hard-to-find trim levels and colors. All are ready for immediate delivery. Outstanding service, selection, and a first-class experience. That's why they're the #1 in Illinois. Hawk Volkswagen on Jefferson Street in Joliet. Online at hawkvw.com. Claim based on 2016 through 2021 retail sales. We'll be back right after this. How you like that? I mean, come on. Come on. And without a cough.
Well done.
That was the tough part. So it was very difficult to get through it without coughing. Is the hard part. I mean, I feel guilty. It's not even my ad.
You're still a little under the weather, huh?
No, it's just a dry tickle.
Tickle in the throat.
Yeah, unproductive. Just that's it.
Yeah.
So it's like it doesn't hurt. I'm not producing anything. It just tickles up and makes me cough like that, and then it goes away.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's just being annoying. Yeah. So
there's a thing you can get for that. You know, there's the what is that spray that you can get? A lot of broadcasters use it, where it just that sounds right. But there's a brand name for it.
Mm-hmm.
On air. I think it may be on air.
Right.
Yeah. Where you can, it just numbs that, and you don't get a tickle and for a good 15,
Right.
20, for 30 minutes or something.
Yeah.
And we all know how you love a good tickle.
I would never pass up a little tickle.
Sorry.
But and then 30 minutes in, as soon as it wears off in my 5-hour marathon I'm doing today, it just becomes a coughing fit. Right. So
then you're just coughing all the way through. Yeah, there's
non-stop.
no good. You just gotta separate. No, you just gotta separate.
And it's not even in my throat. It's right there. I know exactly where it is. Like I wish I could reach down in it and just scratch. But as they say in Minority Report, don't scratch, never scratch. But I feel great otherwise. It's just that's annoying.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I hear you.
Yep.
I hear you.
Al, you're pretty good. Can you flog my goiter cream? First of all, that's not how you spell goiter. Secondly, no. Neti pot and gargle. I do gargle salt water, but that's usually when my throat is bothering me. Those things won't go deep enough for this. It's just
what that reminds me of is that bit you're doing. Well, your whatever the commercial announcements reminds me of those things Sudeikis used to do with what's his name? Anyhow, like Vagisil, brought to you by Vagisil.
Right. Yes. Just quick. Yeah. So when we talk, we'll talk about the deal, and I think what the pivot point is really Crimea, but Welcome back to the show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. She'll be back on Monday. Other people will be filling in the rest of the week, and they will do fine. You're in good hands. You'll be all right. If you want to follow what I do, you can go to infotainmentwars.com or fwank.com. Not to be confused with Mike Pillow's Frank speech. Fwank.com, FWANQ.com. Will take you to my Twitch channel. Now, before we went to break, we were talking about the kind of deal or no deal coming out of Russia, which it seems that their baseline is let us keep what we stole already, and then we promise not to ever attack again. And we've been so believable so far that you can totally trust us. There's a myriad of issues with that. One of which is, where does that go when Ukraine gets Crimea back? Because there is a very strong chance that they will be able to do that in the next couple of months.
Or at the very least, that Crimea will come under the acceptable distance for HIMARS attacks. Right. The HIMARS system the Americans gave to the Ukrainians, these long-distance artillery pieces, which has been an absolute game changer. If they can get within shooting distance of Crimea and then bring... So if Ukraine is able to do a couple of things, if they're able to get the HIMARS within shooting distance of Crimea, and if they're able, and they're very close to getting it, control of the taps to the water canal that gives fresh water from the Dnieper River, and there's a water reservoir that controls a pipeline, a canal that goes down to Crimea. Crimea notoriously is very bad for hydration. It doesn't have soil that absorbs water well. It's surrounded by salt water. It needs fresh water. And the Ukrainians control the taps, or they will control very soon, most likely, the taps to that canal. So those two things, I think, the control of the fresh water supply and when the HIMARS are in shooting distance of Crimea, that is going to exacerbate this issue. Because Crimea is in many ways... I know we have talked about this on your show many times, Hal, but just to kind of talk about it a little bit now. Catch people up if they haven't, who may or may not have been privy to our conversations. I believe that there is a huge chunk of this war that is really about the Russian naval base in Sevastopol on the Crimean Peninsula. It is a quarter of all of Russia's naval capacity. It would be like the Americans losing Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. I don't equate it with Guantanamo, because Guantanamo is not strategically as important as Diego Garcia for the Americans. And I argue that Sevastopol is a huge part of the motivation for Russia's land seizure, because they can't lose that fleet. Now, there are other things. There's the oil reserves we talked about. There's a whole sense of like empire and colony. There are a lot of motivations for this war, but Crimea is fundamental. In order to support Crimea, they also have to have this land bridge, because the bridge that they built across what's called the Kerch Straitway not only wasn't working to begin with and was not sufficient to supply the needs to the peninsula, but also was sinking into the sea. But now it is completely unusable because the Ukrainians shelled it or attacked it and blew it up. So they're in a hard spot, the Russians, when it comes to Crimea, which is almost essential to their sense of self and their strategic priorities, in their entire federation. So if the Ukrainians are actually able to seal that off, or indeed to even venture into reconquering it pre-2014 borders, Russia is going to have a massive reaction to that. Massive. Right. It will be a huge existential threat. And so that's why a lot of people are saying, even if you are able to resecure the Donbass, this section in the east of Ukraine, which broke away because Russia flooded it with weapons in 2014, even if you're able to resecure that Kiev, that is not nearly the existential threat that will come if you actually go for Crimea. And that makes a lot of people nervous. In 2023, will we see Ukrainian troops advancing on Crimea? I think it's almost, it's a safe bet. But how the Russians will react is yet to be seen. So we bring it back to this negotiations issue that you tossed the ball to me about. Right. And when it comes to the negotiations, I don't think either side is actually operating in good faith. We're not anywhere near a situation where we can sit down and have Ukrainians and Russians hash out a peace. It's not going to happen. The Ukrainians have proposed an idea of maybe something being mediated through the UN. I just don't see that happening, because both sides are coming from a distance that's so far away from one another that from the start, from the get-go, won't be acceptable to either side. And we can go into the depths of that.
You have to trust that the other side will hold up their end of the bargain, and there is no reason to believe that Russia will. Like, they brag about it. No. Like, when the people you're negotiating with, their baseline is, we get to keep everything we've taken so far, and you can't fight for any more of it and get it back. And then they talk about openly on their television shows the wiping out of your entire people all the time. How do you negotiate in good faith with someone who brags about their capacity for genocide? By the way, Ukrainians aren't doing this. They aren't doing it on their TV shows. Their politicians aren't doing it. None of them are saying we need to get rid of Russia as it's an existential threat to humanity and it needs to be wiped off the face of the earth. But the Russians are on state television. There is a huge difference, and I don't know how you sit across the table from someone who says our baseline is we want to take everything we've stolen, and our ultimate goal is the eradication of you as a people, period.
Which is what they're saying. And also the audience should understand that this is not something that began because of NATO expansion. This isn't something about Nazism. The conflict between Russia and Ukraine has been going on for at least 200 years. There has been a Ukrainian independence movement for the greater part of the 19th century, well into the 20th century, and now obviously with a free and independent Ukraine that wants to maintain its independence, there is still resistance to Russia. This is not a new thing, and it is not bound to NATO expansionism or even Russian claims of Nazis in Ukraine. Those are just non-starters. It's an
Right.
excuse for Russia to reexert its influence over a colony. That's all this is. It's at the base of it. There's strategic geopolitical and strategic interests involved, but at the base of it is that there are these two countries that have been locked together, and one has been abusing the other for centuries, and the one who is being abused has said for centuries, we don't like this, we don't want to be part of this anymore. But Russia has continued to put it under Ukraine under its thumb, and the Ukrainians have just said no. So, the negotiations, when Lavrov says you have to accept that these provinces are now ours in this sham referendum that we held, on the Ukrainian side of the equation, Zelensky has put forward a 10-point program, a 10-point preconditions for negotiation. And they include things that I am sure the Ukrainians, knowing their enemy very well, know are unacceptable to Moscow, but they are at the same time completely legitimate. Such things as, we want all of our territory back. Oh, by the way, you have to pay for all the damages you've inflicted.
You did.
Oh, by the way, what you did, you blew up huge swaths of our country. And you need to pay for that because you did it. We didn't, you weren't invited in to be a demolition crew, So you have to laugh because, gallows humor. And then there's also things like provisions for, holding people accountable for war crimes, which we clearly see have been committed in places like Buchin, Irpin, Mariupol, Kherson. The list is long. There's a whole bunch of things that Ukraine knows very well Russia will not agree to, but they're still legitimate. And I don't think we're at the point of a negotiated peace. As much as I would love to report otherwise in this holiday season, we're a long way off from real earnest negotiations. What those will be, I do not know, because we don't know what the situation on the ground in the battlefield is going to be like, and we don't know what the political situation will be like, and we don't know what the international attitude will be like. But we're not going into negotiations, I'm sorry to say, anytime soon.
Not on those standards. And by the way, the Russians have to know this as well, because they know these are non-starters too. But they, in many ways, in these kind of negotiations where there's not going to be movement from the other side, what you use your baseline talk about as a way to paint the other side as the villain. So if you're not going to negotiate, and that what you want is not acceptable to the other side, you just make a list of how awful the other person is. That's no, absolutely. I want to bring up the point of the negotiations you mentioned earlier. At the very beginning of the war, there was a thing that got floated that there would be a negotiated peace, or that there would begin the negotiations would be possible in roughly March, April. I remember it well. We talked about it all those many months ago. Right. And Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister at the time, boy, less than a year, and we've had three. Yeah, it seems like 100 years ago, right?
I know. This 2022 was a weird year. Yeah. Boris Johnson came, Prime Minister of the UK at the time, and he said to Zelensky, look, we at the Five Eyes organization, which includes U.S., Canada, UK, New Zealand, and I believe Australia, are the Five Eyes, which is a integrated satellite system which basically just knows what's going on the globe. Yeah. And so the British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, came and he said, look, we can see what they're doing. They are reorganizing for another thrust. They're looking to attack again. They are not acting in good faith. Do not believe them. So all the guys out there and those listeners who are getting this massive download of stuff that we've talked about for months. I'm sorry to just kind of dump all this, but
no, it's good.
If the audience out there is listening to my voice and they have had arguments about whether we should support Ukraine, whether we shouldn't support Ukraine, that argument is a non-starter. That there was a peace program that was scuttled by the West back in March.
Right, that was the story being told.
Boris Johnson came here and said, Boris Johnson came here and said, don't do it. We don't want you to have peace. No. Boris Johnson came here and said, they're not acting in good faith and we have evidence to prove
right.
it.
Here's some pictures of them reloading. Right.
Yeah. I always try and grab the opportunity when I can, Hal, and you know this very well, is to try and counter some of these talking points that come out of the Kremlin and that are picked up by either useful idiots or people who really do have a fellow traveler kind of affinity. Yeah, vested interest in Russia winning this war. There are no Nazis. There are Nazis here, but they do not control anything. This is not about NATO. Boris Johnson did not come to prolong the war by scuttling a peace deal.
Right.
He came here and showed proof that the Russians were were not acting in good faith.
We got to take. Hold that thought.
I said
hold that thought.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
We got to take a break.
Sorry.
This is the Joe Esposito Show. I'm Hal Sparks filling in. Philip Ittner's with me for another segment. Follow him on Twitter at Philip Ittner.
I have a tendency to yap.
No, it's me too. I absolutely. We'll be back right after this. Now I was trying to find a window where you could. I know
when I could catch my breath and you could shut me up.
No, we gotta have
we have a new audience, and so I'm trying to download all this stuff because I know that there's this pervasive. I mean, it's even in Congress. I mean, God, those guys.
But they're by the way,
let's
these are
not
the same.
Support Ukraine.
These are the same people, by the way, that play footsie with Texas secession all the time and shit like that. They're not serious humans.
Yeah.
So
no, I know.
And they, interestingly enough, and this is super odd. Kevin McCarthy, is one of the Republicans that they hate for actually going along with making sure that Republicans feel free to vote for Ukraine funding or the like when it comes to the floor. Mm-hmm. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of the most active voices against it. But she's for speaker right now, and the far right past her, which she used to be kind of the queen of, is attacking her right now over that. It's hilarious. None of these people are serious humans.
No, the infighting in the GOP is nothing short of hysterical. Do you have any Russian? By the way, it just occurred to me. Do you have any Russian questions? Do you want me to hold on for 10 or 15 in the next hour to answer a question or two, or should I just?
Oh, we'll do that on Friday because I'm gonna.
No. I'm happy to do that. No. I'm happy. I'm.
It's Jones' show, so I try to keep it within the bounds. But yes.
No. Absolutely. Yeah. You know me. I'm just happy to get the opportunity to talk to a new audience.
Yeah, of course.
About a lot of this stuff because just
that's why I brought you on, brother.
Information.
Yeah,
I know, bro.
Mm-hmm. That's right. How much time do we have, Lady B? Oh, we're coming back. Nice. Welcome back to the show. I'm Hal Sparks filling in for Joe Esposito. Philip Ittner's with us for another segment, and he's in Kiev right now. By the way, how is it there? What's the weather like? What's the general mood like?
We had a nice day today.
Yeah.
Well, we had a nice day today. It was sunny but cold. It hasn't been that harsh a winter, thankfully. We have obviously we have very serious problems with our electrical grid. I'm comparatively lucky, but I know a lot of people around town who are going without electricity. I am oftentimes without heat and without water, but my electricity has been pretty good, and that I am blessed for that. But certainly people away from the city centers are having problems in villages and stuff. Make no mistake about it. This is a difficult winter, but spirits and morale are still high. People celebrated Christmas almost as an act of defiance. It was, we are not going to let the Russians rob us of joy and holiday spirit. So there were Christmas celebrations while air raid sirens were happening.
Right.
So it's the resilience of the Ukrainian people. It cannot be understated or cannot be overstated. As far as like other situations here, the attitude is that we have to go through this difficult winter in order for generations, untold generations to come, to live in freedom and in a country of their own choosing.
Right.
And so, what is one winter compared to countless generations ahead of us? So they are a resilient, very strong-willed people with a really lovely sense of spirit. People have asked me many times. They've said, "Why are you doing this? You don't necessarily have to do this. I'm semi-retired. I'm not working for news corporations anymore. I don't have to do this." Well, I counter with, this is a huge privilege. This is humbling. It is breathtaking for me. It is an honor to be here watching the birth of a nation that is truly independent. If we had our 1776 moment where we broke away from our imperial masters, and we were able to do that because we had an ocean between us and Great Britain. Well, the Ukrainians have no such luck. Their imperial masters are right on their doorstep. But to see them fight for something they honestly, truly believe in, and this is another thing where I go into the misinformation campaign by Russia. The Ukrainian people, more so than maybe an awful lot of other Warsaw Pact countries that won their freedom through civil disobedience, the Ukrainians are winning it through the loss of blood and an entire generation of young men and women. They will not let this go in vain, and they are determined to build a liberal democracy that has been denied them for centuries. And it's really, the privilege is mine. I am not I am not afraid per se. I'm also not foolhardy, but I am the benefit of being here and being witness to the birth of a new liberal democracy and a bastion of a liberal democracy. I firmly believe that's what's going to be built here. It's humbling. And so I tell everybody who is listening, thank you, Hal, and thank you, Joe, for letting me come on and talk to this audience. But I just want to relay that's really important to me, that we have to support Ukraine, because Ukraine is genuinely trying to help build what we believe in at the heart of the American experiment, when we're at our best and we are not failing in our hopes and commitments and our ideals. The Ukrainians have the exact same vision for how a nation should treat its citizens, and how the world should kind of be won, or should be run, with a vote and with self-determination and the rule of law. So,
agreed.
I'm going to ask me any questions you want to ask, Hal. But at the end of the day, folks, that's why we need to support Ukraine. What are you showing here?
The footage I'm showing on the live stream right now at infotainmentwars.com and at fwank.com these are Russians making a run on a bank as they close the door.
Yes.
There's another one of a sign, people coming to the bank, and there's a sign on the door that says there's no money in the Russian banks. And the banks are closed on Christmas Day. Now, Christmas Day in the United States, banks are closed normally. But on December 25th in Russia, they are not.
They run on a different calendar. Calendar. Their Christmas isn't until January 6th.
That's right.
I think it's great that you're showing this, Al, because I think it's really important for folks to know. As I mentioned at the beginning of this hour, I lived in Russia for 5 years. I have very many great Russian friends, and I love them dearly. We have agreed not to discuss the war. By and large, there are a few who are willing to, on both sides of the opinion divide internally within Russia. But I am talking to many of my Russian friends. We may not be seeing it as much as perhaps we should, for a variety of reasons, mainly in part because, in no small part, because many Western news outlets have left. But there are major issues internally within Russia right now, and it's affecting the citizenry. And the citizenry are starting to question why it is that the agreement that they had with Putin, which was basically don't mess with us and we won't mess with you, We know that where those lines and the borders are between the political elite, or the power structure and the citizenry, and we're happy to just keep corruption to a minimum. Don't ask us to participate in politics because we don't want to be bothered. We just want to live our lives. And Putin has betrayed that agreement because he has taken the country in a direction where it is affecting their lives. They're losing money. The instability is creeping back into Russia, and that was the agreement that they made with Putin, that would not happen again. So this video that you're showing of lines at the bank, it could be 1998, 1999 Moscow,
right,
when the ruble collapsed and there was a rush on the banks. And it's exactly what Putin said. He would never take Russia back to the 1990s. He would never take it back to that desperate time in the immediate collapse of the Soviet Union. He promised that to the Russian people. And to see those lines, I seriously think that Putin is in is in real serious trouble. It's going to bubble over at some point. Again, as we close to this hour that you have allowed me to come and appropriate now both your audience and
glad to do it.
Is that again? It is in Russia. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Everything happens. And then nothing happens, and nothing happens.
Yeah.
So I think we're getting to the tail end of one of those periods. I think Putin's in serious trouble.
Right. And there's
his
really
own doing. No one to blame but himself.
Yeah. And the parallels between, what's going on in China, what's going on in Russia, what's going on with the yuan, what's going on with the ruble, and the sort of booster crowd that is trying to run like at least a PR protection racket for Russia during this time. With Musk running, his boosting Medvedev's weird, Texas is going to secede, and Elon Musk will be president of the United States, and the dollar and the pound and the euro will collapse, and yada yada. This which Prigozhin called an erotic fantasy. All that stuff is coming. I want to thank Philip Ittner for being with us on this, and remind everybody to follow him on Twitter.
Al.
Absolutely, at Philip Ittner, Philip with one L and Ittner with two T's. If you're listening on the air, give him a look. I will also from at Hal Sparks on my Twitter feed. I will put out his Christmas Day message that he did from his vlog that he put out, and we will see you on the other side of the news. Thanks so much, Philip, and I'll see you on Saturday.
Thanks so much. Thank you for everybody. Merry Christmas, Happy holidays, and thank you for listening. Much appreciated.
Absolutely. Thanks
Support
for being
Ukraine.
with us, brother. That's right. Love Ukraine. We'll be back right after this.
Bye-bye. Get Williams.
Hi. Thanks, everybody, for hanging in there. Still have my little tickle. Apologies. Don't forget to give a thumbs up, support the show, like, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. It's just worth doing. Let me show you this real quick. This is from Medvedev did, in case you guys didn't see this. Dmitry Medvedev, the guy that jockeys back and forth with Putin to be president, in a cycle. This guy posted a big fantasy weird thread of how the world's going to change in 2023, including Texas seceding and Northern Ireland and Ireland joining together, and the euro dying and the dollar dying, and Russia and China living happily ever after, whatever the fuck it was. He posted this whole thing, and Musk tweeted epic thread in response to it. There it is. Epic thread, which is here. This was hold on. Where was the thread? Where were we? Is this it? Yeah. Let's see. On New Year's Eve, everybody's making predictions. Many come with futuristic hypotheses. Here it is. This is his. Oil price will be $150 a barrel. This sounds like it was written by Donald Trump. Gas will top $5 per cubic, 1,000 cubic meters. He means natural gas. UK will rejoin the EU. The EU will collapse after the UK's return. Euro will drop out of use as the former EU currency. Poland and Hungary will occupy western regions of formerly existing Ukraine. Yeah, they'll take over what's left of it. If I guess it's interesting that this of the formerly existing Ukraine, I guess they're planning on losing this. They were supposed to win that area too, according to what's being said on the news. They were supposed to take that territory as well. The Fourth Reich will be created in Germany, encompassing the territory of Germany and its satellites, i.e. Poland, the Baltic states, Czechia, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Kiev Republic, and other outcasts. It'll all become Nazis. War will break out between France and the Nazis, the Fourth Reich. Europe will be divided, Poland repartitioned in the process. Northern Ireland will separate from the UK and join the Republic of Ireland. Civil war will break out in the U.S., California and Texas becoming independent states as a result. Texas and Mexico will form an allied state. Yeah, because they get along really well. Elon Musk will win the presidential election in a number of states, which, after the new civil wars end, will have been given to the GOP. Meaning Elon Musk will be president of the Confederate South. Because South Africa wasn't enough for that dude. All the largest stock markets and financial activity will leave the U.S. and Europe and move to Asia. Bretton Woods system of monetary management will collapse, leading to the IMF and the World Bank to crash. Euro and dollar will stop circulating as the global reserve currencies. Digital fiat currencies will be actively used instead. This dude's still backing crypto. Season's greeting to you all Anglo-Saxon friends and their happily oinking piglets. That was because he responded to that, they did a segment on him going, thanks to Musk for boosting this, whatever. Just ridiculous. And then they got into it. So Prigozhin called what Medvedev wrote, he called them erotic fantasies. Okay. I don't know what's erotic about the Euro-dollar questions, but whatever. And was mad about the fact that he's talking about this shit while they're losing on the battlefield. Yeah, Medvedev, once seen as a moderate counter to Putin, has solidified his reputation as a crazed keyboard warrior during the war. For the record, prove to me he's actually typing that shit. Snowden's Twitter account is run by a chat bot. Why should Medvedev or any of these other fuckers be any different? If they say we're gonna run your account with a chat bot, it's just we're gonna put out whatever the fuck we want, and if you push back, you're done. So even if they're still alive and roaming around, they're not gonna admit that it's not theirs. And then when's the last time we saw this dude? Prigozhin was in, let's see where it was. Where was he? He was, anyways. Prigozhin allegedly visited troops in the Donbass near Bakhmut in one of the trench underground areas, and everyone was like, "What a macho dude!" And you're like, "You don't really expect me to believe he's really there." What grounds does anyone have to state with any assuredness that dude is not just filming something in a bunker close to the Russian border? Who cares? They're just trying to make up for the fact that that Zelensky was walking around in Bakhmut outside.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
There is plenty of stuff to be concerned about in the world at any given time. That's why the whole using wars and rumors of wars as a way of predicting the return of Christ has always been fraught with difficulty when it comes to your prophet crowd. They've always run in, because there's always wars and rumors of wars. There's always pestilence and those kind of things. But, obviously, as we have grown in our reach and our ability to see things, if we had footage of the Black Plague, for example, as opposed to writings about it or etchings, our experience of it as a people would have been wholly different. Same thing with the Spanish flu. I mean, as we moved forward into the modern age where the news could cover things like polio and AIDS and other things as they came out, obviously they have impacted people on a more personal level, whether they have impacted them in person on a disease level or not. You're way more aware. Then there are effectively these iron curtains that hide a lot of this information, or at least have been for a time. And when it comes to China, for example, around COVID, there is statistically no way that here to date, before they reopened, that China has not lost somewhere in the order of 17 million people to COVID, because they did not have a vaccine, and when they finally came up with one, it did not work. Sinovac only works, it's particular to the strain. It is not useful for Omicron or Delta or Alpha. It was just based on the initial 2 variants of the wild type. And at some point, right after Xi Jinping became the leader for life, or at least got his third 5-year term, he decided to just open the place up. That all the things that Trump and his crowd said about Biden, say, around the election, which is on November 5th, you're not going to hear anything about COVID and they're just going to forget about it. Meanwhile, the Biden administration created a strategy to make sure that people were getting vaccinated, make sure that we continued to build on the therapeutics that we had to save as many lives as possible, and continue to mask and protect people, especially until that number reached a level where we at least had a mix of herd immunity or vaccination, or a combination of the two, to protect as many American lives as possible. That didn't turn out to be true. The Biden administration did not just call off COVID as a bluff as soon as they took over, like it was some sort of fantasy the whole time. The closest thing to that is China, right after Xi Jinping got his third term. As soon as that happened, zero COVID, saw some real pushback, and then they just, without any prep, without warning any of the hospitals, without setting up a situation where they might deal with it, just decided, never mind. And now the lines of coffins and the lines of quite frankly, dead bodies outside of crematoriums are horrifying. And it seems to be that the Chinese government is just either shrugging this off or just overwhelmed by it and not saying anything. And that very well may be the current case. I've shown on my live stream in the last couple of days, there's been footage coming out around China, from China via social media, it's amazing that a lot of this footage even gets out of the country, considering the control that China has. But at a certain point, it's just overwhelming. I don't know how they can't stop all of it. Rows and rows of coffins lined up outside of a crematorium, body bags with individuals bringing their relatives to a crematorium, standing outside, they themselves coughing horribly. Somewhere in the order of 34 million infections in a single day. There's a story here from Bloomberg. 50%, almost half of the passengers on 2 flights from China to Milan had COVID, prompting Italian health authorities to start testing all arrivals from the country. Because China just turned it off like a spigot. They just stopped caring at one point. And it is the footage, the scenery from there is indeed heartbreaking. at this point, they are choosing the let it rip methodology. The CCP's current COVID goal, according to Eric Feigl-Ding, is let whoever needs to be infected get infected. Let whoever needs to die, die. Early infections, early deaths, early peak, early resumption of production. If you're not a useful worker, or you have comorbidities, or you're old or whatever, you've outlived your usefulness anyways. This is basically China using COVID as an ice flow method of getting rid of their dead. It is brutal. Footage upon footage of people hooked up to oxygen tanks, people dying in the hallways. I'm showing some of this footage on my live stream right now. And that's just in the hospitals. Crematoriums there are overflowing. We had refrigerator trucks in the United States at one point because we were dealing with a volume of dead, but nowhere near, obviously, this number. And they simply have shipping containers with like those Home Depot metal shelves in them with bodies on them, one after the other. And I would like to remind everyone that one of the reasons why the pro-Russian tankies that you keep seeing online are, believe that Russia has a chance. And I want to thank Philip Bittner for joining us again. The reason they believe that Russia has a chance to win this war with Ukraine is because they have China backing them up. Because China is covering for them. Now, beyond the fact that Xi Jinping, while he said they had a friendship with no limits, he's put distinct limits on during every meeting he's had with Vladimir Putin, including if you guys use a tactical nuke or any other kind of nuke, we're out. You're on your own. And we will no longer back you. And they've already been moving in the direction away from supporting Russia because, quite frankly, there are too many similarities between the situation in Ukraine and what Taiwan would be like if China decided to move into there. And they're looking at what's happening to Russia in not in just the military response, but in how the rest of the world sees Russia and, the interaction they're going to have for decades. Europe and the United States and Canada and South America, all these countries, the relationship they're going to have with Russia going forward based on what they've done in Ukraine, China is looking at that in terms of, whether or not they attack Taiwan and try to take it by force. They're using this as a blueprint for what they would have to deal with. And they don't like it. And they think that Russia, in many ways, is keying the world up to this kind of response. Now, we have, many times over the last year with my dear friend Philip, who's on my Saturday show, if you guys will join us then, we've talked about how the illusion of Russian military dominance, the idea that they were they're the number 2 military in the world. That's what we've heard for decades. And why? Largely because of the volume of nukes, not because of the rest of their military. But that was enough, apparently, to assume that if they had that many nukes, their army must be enormous. We have seen that turn out to be false. It's always been a bloviated lie. It's always been garbage. But now we're seeing it in stark relief against reality. The same thing is true of China's organizational capabilities, from the CCP's point of view as a communist party, and how they handle emergencies and citizenry going through some stuff, and their economy. China being the number 2 economy in the world, in the same way that Russia is the number 2 military in the world. They're both a bunch of number 2. And the idea that they've been, nipping at the United States' heels or even at Europe as a collective's heels for quite some time have turned out, quite frankly, to be false. And we got to take a break, but I want to put this thought to you before we go to break, which is, on the one hand, if China is meant to be the an economy equal to the United States or close to it, if you have $1 million and 2 kids, and the family next door has $1 million and 1.5 million kids, which family lives better? Which family eats better? Which family can survive? The strength and the value of an economy is not just based on the gross number of dollars or yen or yuan or rubles flowing in that system, but how they are spread across the populace. And if you think income inequality is bad in the United States, we haven't got anything on China. It is horrifying and just getting worse all the time. We'll be back right after this.
We have a couple callers. Well,
Great.
several.
Okay.
Benny, Jim, and William.
Okay, cool. We'll start with whatever order they called in on. I'll bring them up as soon as we come back. Excellent.
Okay, cool.
Yikes. Yep. Hi, everybody. Hi, Twitter. Let's see. Go back to where I was. Boop. This is Russians, or sorry, Indians and Chinese soldiers fighting near Tibet, in the Northern Territory at the tip of Tibet, where that's what that footage was from, just in case you were wondering. Yeah, there you go. These guys just, and they're not supposed to bring guns, so they beat each other to death with sticks and bring in swords and, yeah. Yeah, if you're thinking you might need some ibuprofen through the winter, I would go pick up a bottle. I don't think there's going to be a run, but it's not a bad idea. We have plenty here.
15 seconds.
Thank you. Welcome back to the show. This is the Joan Esposito Show. I'm Hal Sparks, filling in for her temporarily. She'll be back on Monday. And we've got some calls. 773-763-9278 is our number. Who do we have first, Lady B? By the way, you're wonderful and you're doing
Benny
a great
from
job.
The chat room.
Oh, right on. Hey, Benny, welcome.
What up,
there?
pal? How you doing?
Hi.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Hey, listen. Everybody who's watching, almost 1,300 people over here, hit the damn thumbs up. Just
Yes.
do it.
Thank you,
Share
Benny
it on
Loco.
social media. This is important information, and the more people hear it, the more people know what the hell is going on. We need to get our act together and pull it together so we can all work together. Period.
Agreed.
There's so many
Look at
people
that.
running in so many different directions, wondering what the hell to do next. And it's terrifying for a lot of people, like myself.
Understood.
I'm terrified at what I see.
Well,
You know,
you know how I am. You know how I am, Benny Loco. Me and my stoic optimism, and I know it infuriates you sometimes, but I also know that in history, there's never been a period in human history where people have been able to skip this kind of stuff, and hope and focus has always been the solution. If you don't believe you're gonna make it over the horizon,
Listen.
You're not going to save somebody else.
The only reason why I get agitated with you, and I'm so glad I can tell you this in person, is because I used to have your calm and reserve and ability to deal. And when I got slumped in my being, that knocked that ability out of me. And for all that I've struggled to try to get back that calm and reserve, it's just the
it takes work.
We're in.
And
it's not something that I'm diligently work at it every minute of my life.
Sure. So do I.
So much.
Don't, it's not like a gene I have. Yeah. It's not like a gene I have that allows me to look past this stuff. Part of it is some of the stuff I've been through in my life that I've dealt with. When you deal with a certain amount of face-to-face sorrow, the stuff that you can stiff arm in life loses traction as far as causing you anxiety. And so you can look at it from a perspective and a distance that gives you a little bit, so you can focus on it a little better and see what's genuinely going on. Whereas before you've experienced those kind of things, you might take every drastic or crises looking thing in your circumference, even when it's coming out of your television, your computer, your phone, to heart as if it's happening to you in that moment when it is not. The other thing too is that it's the person who's calm when there's an emergency that's the most helpful. It's the person who believes there's hope over the horizon that is the most is of best utility in serving their fellow man. I truly believe. So that's why I believe it's worth the effort, and I think you do too, which is awesome.
I want to thank you for letting me spew my my insecurities and fear in your chat, because there's not a lot of places that you can do that and
safely
have people understand what's going on inside your head.
Right.
So for that, I am eternally grateful. For the last couple of years, you've helped me keep my shit together, along with thousands
all right.
of other people.
Hold on. You're on the radio, so we got bumped for a second. Although I will say your connection is a little harsh, so yeah.
Okay.
It happens. It was bound to happen because we talk so freely, and my language is so loose on my live stream that we all kind of forget. My potty mouth is contagious. So, anyways, adore you and keep your chin up. I will continue to provide not just a hopeful attitude, but actually, evidence for why that's good. Why it's helpful, why it serves you on a day-to-day. So,
Hal, I spend every minute of my day trying to give positivity to others. Good. And it's like yourself, it's a heavy weight to carry. But I don't mind carrying it. I'll carry anybody, anytime, for anything. That's who we are. That's what we do. That's what I learned being an American. Mm-hmm. That's what I learned.
Yeah, that's the value we provide. Agreed. I agree. That's right. And it's a beautiful thing.
We all just need to, put our best foot forward and realize and recognize what we have and what we could possibly lose with being inactive. Simply voting. Voting.
Participation.
And there's so many people who sit it out. It's aggravating.
Right. Well, there's a big part of this. Keep in mind that once people check out of that participation level, it's why I'm pro-voting across the board, even if people disagree with me politically, is because once they stop participating in the normal civil workings of a society, that's when they fall back to violence. That's when they fall back to bigoted rhetoric or fight language all the time. That once you have agreed that we're all going to settle our stuff in civil and peaceful ways, and we have peaceful transfers of power, and we choose our leaders through voting and not fighting and stuff, that creates a safe environment where we can disagree without being disagreeable, where we can actually make progress, and even if we do disagree with each other, we can all have happy, healthy lives.
It's that middle of the road thing. We have to remember where the middle of the road is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Everybody's feelings need to be respected, as long as those feelings are human feelings, not nasty hate and all the shit that's being
Yeah,
pounded
you
on.
did it again. All right, Betty Loco, that's the second one. I think we dumped it off, but I think we should be okay. Love you, Benny Loco. Thank you for calling in. That was like they dump you automatically. I think we gave her an extra one. That was good. But thank you for calling in, Benny Loco. Benny Loco has a video channel on YouTube as well. I'm just letting people know. So yeah, everybody's just laughing at her for swearing. It happens. You know, we're all getting loosey goosey. By the way, that word was used by the former president of the United States on open mics while he was on the news, and worse, quite frankly. So fear not is a social conduct. So let's see. I only got 3 minutes. I think I could take one more caller, and we'll see if we can get them in time. Who do we have, Lady B?
We can go to Jim with Chicago.
Okay, great. Jim, sounds good. Welcome.
Happy New Year. I can't wait a bated breath for our renowned scientist and part-time sumo wrestler Jimmy Jordan to get to the bottom of his COVID disease. I'm sure he'll get to the bottom of it, because if anybody can do it, he can do it. And he's going to start on the 3rd. And he's going to tell us why we got COVID and why we lost these millions of people.
Right.
And it was all a conspiracy to make a couple of bucks. And it should be interesting, but he'll drive that for the next 2 years.
Yeah, well, it's not like he's got to fill the time with policy. It's not like they want to pass anything. And by the way, Biden's already done it.
Right.
Passed a budget, didn't do a continuing resolution, full omnibus. Like it came and went. They did that. Infrastructure, the CHIPS Act. I mean, there's obviously, I would argue, there's one big thing that could involve Republicans, as you know, in the debate about stuff, is the comprehensive immigration reform, which I think it would be smart for Biden and the Democrats to put on the table finally and let Republicans show everybody that they're not on board with genuine comprehensive immigration reform that actually solves the problem. And I think they will. And I also think it'll pass, which will make it even more horrifying for them.
Yeah, but hell, they're not going to let COVID go. They're just not going to. They use it as a political bludgeon.
Sure. Well, they're going to go after Fauci and yada yada, and yeah.
Yeah, that's it exactly. Anyway, you have a happy New Year. Thanks.
You too. I appreciate it. He's absolutely right that they're going to hold on to COVID and the. I guess maybe that'll be part of why they think Biden owes China and China controls him, because of lockdowns that happened during the Trump administration. I don't know what the heck, where they even, how do you even make that argument at this point? But I will say, for the record, that that and, say, getting out of Afghanistan are these, like, they keep beating these dead horses, just like the Hunter Biden laptop mythology, hoping that will bail them out of actually having to produce anything for their constituents. And it doesn't. It won't. We got to take a break. We'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito on WCPT. WCPT820.com is the website. Or you can just program 820 AM into the little buttons on your thing. And you've got a dash on your dashboard. You can program the channel. Do that. We'll be back. I'm a hunter, searching for love on these lonely streets again. All right. And we'll grab the other caller on the way back, Lady B, if that's cool.
Okay.
Cool. I've been to that place. I've been to that temple, and I've lit incense there, and I've been to that statue up on Omei. Yeah. Big parts of it are fake. They just built it later. Just saying. It's meant to look like something that's been there for centuries, like old Swiss castles. No. Somewhere, a worker's been doing this for 2 days as his employer refuses to pay him. Oh, he's just walking around smashing windows? Wow. Those windows are meaningless. They really are. Like, nobody lives there. There's no fixtures in that building. You can see when they walk around, it's all empty. Like, why they put glass in is even absurd at this point. Yeah, there's the bodies. Fuck. God damn, it's just terrible. Had them there was a footage of them in a parking lot. What in the world? Emily was diagnosed with COVID. According to her, she had high fever, lost 8 pounds. Not only did the skin on her lips fall, her face got burnt and disfigured. Now even her mother can't recognize her. What? From COVID? Oh, probably because they had did they have her had a mask on her and had a ventilator on her? Jesus. In oppressed China, a large party in Harbin in northern China where people are forced to dance and pretend to have fun under freezing temperatures. Yeah, they keep having these like, we're done with COVID parties. Which turned out to be garbage. And that's from last year, by the way. Yikes. People in China just whether detained here. This is December 22nd. Usually for more than 10 days until they test negative twice in a row. Some people can't stand to be locked up, and normally one woman threatened suicide. And I said, okay. And that's those are Chinese citizens, though. Foreigners can come in and now and go. A woman died because she couldn't catch her breath because she had COVID and swelling in her lungs. Ugh, God. Welcome back. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito for a little bit longer. I'm going to take your calls. 773-763-9278. Who do we have on the line, Lady B? If we do indeed. I think we do. Do I hear them? Are they there? I hope so. Anyways, well, I'll just keep talking until...
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, hey, who's there? Sorry, I didn't hear the name. Sorry.
It's William from Toronto, also Doc from Twitch. Hey, Twitch, love you lot.
Oh, right on.
Hal,
what's happening?
Tell you, I'm loving your hockey love. That's fantastic.
Oh, right on.
Your Canadian is showing just a little
sure.
bit. And I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting to hear about the Sexy Liberals International happening. So
I know. Me too. Yeah, we've got to do the Slit Tour, the Sexy Liberal International Tour. That's believe me, if anyone climbs up Stephanie Miller's tree and rattles her nest at all, it's me. More than any other member of the Sexy Liberal crew, I'm like, more dates. Let's get out on the road. Let's do it. And so fingers crossed we'll get there in the new year, especially because I think we ought to gear up and on the regular leading up to elections as part of the get out the vote and tell the story. And even in primary seasons, I think it's a great idea, get people interested in the process. So being, on the road during those times, we don't have to do it all year round, 24/7, even though I'm fine with that. It would be a great idea, I think, for us approaching, especially in the election season coming up for 2024 and the primary season around that, to get out there on the road and start, making jokes, telling stories, keeping things positive, and making people understand the issues.
Well, that's just it. And as Kath would say, let's go. But I wanted to ask you about what do you think, like, legitimately, if you're going to put Vegas numbers on it, and, you're kind of an expert at that, at least more so than me, that we will actually get back to 218, 218, or maybe even 219, 217. Because you got George who's going to have to go.
Santos.
And he wasn't one of the ones you said.
Right. Yeah. There are about 5 of them. So I think it's very strong chance that by the spring, you will hear a tremendous clamoring from the right wing because they will think that it's being stolen from them again. I think they will manage to swear in a couple of these folks, but then they will drop. They will have special elections, and that takes about 60 to 90 days. Sometimes depending on when the decision is made and what the process is, different for different districts and the like. But there's a very strong chance that anybody who lost by a little bit, especially in the Democratic world, if they go back for one of these seats, they're going to get it. They're going to run on "I told you so" and win. So and Santos was gravy on this. And I think more than likely the Republicans, they don't want to serve with him. Much like their feelings about Walker, they don't mind having tokens in certain categories, but they don't want to actually govern with people like that. And they want to pat themselves on the back for having a gay member, or in this case, a Jewish member or a Hispanic member, but they don't actually want to interact with them on a legislative level in any meaningful way. And if they have to, they do it begrudgingly because it's necessary to hold the district. So, and if they can get rid of this guy and then let whoever the governor is pick another Republican for them, and they get to have influence on who that person is and hold on to it for a little while longer, that seat while the election's going on, they'd be more than happy to bounce this dude. So, yeah, I think the chances by the spring are strong. Yeah.
So, last thing before I go is there any update on your interview with Mike Juntao?
Yes, right. Yes, right, Mike. Not yet. I'm fingers crossed, though. I think something will happen. I've gotten a tepid response. We'll see. I may not be able to do it on my regular timing of my show. It seems they might want to do it at another time. Pre-recording it or something like that, as opposed to doing it live, which I think is weird. If you want a honest exchange, one would think doing it live would be your guarantee, especially if you're live streaming it, right? It's not like I can edit it as it's happening. If the guy wants to make a fool of himself, that's on him. If he thinks I'm going to protect him from it, that's weird too. So fingers crossed, maybe in the next 2 weeks. Yeah. So, but I want it to be live. That's my holdout. I want it to be live. And that's the tricky part, and I'm sure it's a factor of time. He's a busy guy. He's got, nuisance lawsuits to file and right-wing lunatics to finance and ads to do for Maestro. Yes. A lot of idiots to sucker so that he can be suckered by Brandon House. And for those of you that don't know, we're talking about the fact that I have been in contact with Mike Pillow's people to try and get him on my live stream. Fingers crossed we'll actually get there. We'll see. But thanks so much for the call. And by the way, for the record, I can't wait to get back to Toronto. I love Toronto. I loved when I was living there when we were shooting Queer as Folk. I have history with that city. I had a girlfriend that when I lived up there that I was madly in love with, and it was just, there's a lot of just wonderful memories of that place, of she and I, taking the train up to Montreal and hanging out, and just the friendships I built. And literally, I think I ordered my first meal entirely in Chinese in Chinatown in Toronto as I was learning to speak Chinese. That's where I would go and practice it because I lived blocks away from Chinatown in Toronto on purpose. Since we were going to have to move there, I was like, all right, what else can I do? I want to live near where the rock bands are, where the guitar shops are, and close to Chinatown. And I was basically right in the middle. So Toronto's a great city, and it's sorely missed. Good people. So thanks for calling in. Lady B, 773-763-9278 is our number. Do we have another caller? Or are we good? I think we got...
we have several.
Okay, great.
Dave from Hoffman Estate.
Great. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Hey, Dave, welcome.
Hey, Hal. When they keep wanting to redredge about, Hunter Biden, I don't know why they haven't. There's a story back when McCarthy was the leader. The story comes out of October 14, 2018, LA Times. And it was about company owned by House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy's in-laws won more than $7 million in no bid and other federal contracts at U.S. military installations and other government properties in California based on a dubious claim of Native American identity by McCarthy's brother-in-law.
Right.
And it says the prime contracts awarded through a federal program designed to help disadvantaged minorities were mostly for construction projects at Naval Air Weapons Station, China Lake, and McCarthy's Bakersfield-based district, and the Naval Air Station, Lemoore, in nearby Kings County. It says Vortex Construction.
Well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you precisely why they keep bringing up the Hunter Biden laptop myth is because it muddies the water around their own corruption. The fact that Trump was working on a deal in Dubai in his last year of his presidency, and that Kevin McCarthy has deals like this, or that there's a revolving door of Republicans that they're proud of in terms of oversight into a corporate lobbying position and the like. And they think that if you just think everything's corrupt, this is basically Trump's methodology in New York, was that the whole place is corrupt. Why are you going after me? If you don't play in the corruption, you couldn't do anything here. So leave me alone, which it was his initial sort of methodology in the 80s that his dad taught him and that he hung on to for a while. The only problem is he's terrible at building things. He can just slap his name on stuff. But Kevin McCarthy and all those others hope that the constant smoke around the Hunter Biden laptop mythology will cover for anybody coming after them. And so that they can say, you're only bringing this up because you're afraid that Hunter Biden, blah, blah, blah. It gives them that, and the more they sort of blather on about the depth of it, which never pays off, by the way. Again, everything they have accused Biden of being, especially, being under the control of China, does not bear out in any of his policies towards China since he's been in office. As a matter of fact, it seems like he bears a grudge. And if indeed we ever find out that they did give $1.5 billion to Hunter Biden to try and buy influence on Joe Biden, he will single-handedly be the most ethical person in the world because they couldn't even buy him for $1.5 billion. He still got into office and gave them the what for. So appreciate the call. I think that's why. I think that's why they, why they bring it up. We got to take a break. Yeah, we got to take a break. When we come back, more of your calls, 773-763-9278. Now I got to go read that article, so thank you.
I don't know if you'll have time for Robert and Bob.
Okay. There's two of them. Is that all?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. I will give it a try. I think we will. Yeah, here, let me show you what he's talking about. This is the article that he brought up. This is William Wages. What a name. House Majority Leader. Well, for a while. We'll see. Kevin McCarthy's family benefited from U.S. program for minorities based on disputed ancestry. This guy said he was Native American, that he's says he's 1/8 Cherokee, which allowed him to win contracts set aside for minorities. An eighth is a lot. Let's see. Company owned by House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy's in-laws won more than $7 million in no-bid and other federal contracts of the U.S. military installations and other government properties in California based on dubious claim of Native American identity by McCarthy's brother-in-law, at times investigations found. The prime contracts awarded through a federal program designed to help disadvantaged minorities were mostly for construction projects at the Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake, it's McCarthy's Bakersfield-based district, and the Naval Air Station Lemoore in nearby Kings County. Gee, I wonder if he gave him a heads up that they were going to be offering those contracts. Yeah.
20 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Welcome back to the show. I'm going to try and get the last couple of callers in before the end of the show, and then I'm going to dovetail right into my own live stream. Just saying, at infotainmentwars.com. You can support what I do at patreon.com/HalSparks if you're a user of Patreon or you have other Patreon accounts that you support. Just hop on over and toss some help my way if you feel like doing it. And if not, I'm just glad to be able to entertain and inform as best I can. In the meantime, who do we have left on the line, Lady B?
Robert from Florida.
Right on. Robert from Florida. Good to hear from you 2 days in a row. Right on.
I'm so sorry. You know what it is? It's the holidays. I'm on vacation. I'm looking at I was actually cleaning my grill, and I started, watching you on the TV there. And I'm cleaning my grill, and I'm thinking to myself, I can't believe I eat anything off this thing. It's like a big grease player ready to go here.
Sure.
But anyways, I called in because you were talking about that Santos guy, and I did a little more reading about him. Apparently, he's claiming that and I might be wrong on this, but he's claiming that he's also that box of the Latino box. And apparently, I looked it up. To be Latino, you have to be of Hispanic descent. He's of Portuguese descent from Brazil.
Right.
So I asked my Portuguese friend, my Brazilian friend, if he considered himself Latino. He just looked at me like I was crazy. Like, what are you asking me things, So yeah. I didn't press the issue with him, but I don't know.
That's where, by the way, all that like white Latino, non-white Latino, those boxes, when you see those in the census, that's where that comes from. Because those folks don't view themselves as Latino, they view themselves as white, and that, that's their description. And then there's, God knows in Brazil, there's like 19 different variations of, colorist labels that everybody, that everybody hangs on. So, yeah, you're absolutely right.
His mom is also wanted for forging checks and stealing from, I guess she was taking care of sick people, And the pet charity. He had a pet charity, and he just took the money and paid his own bills. Yeah. He's great. He's a perfect Republican. Yeah, exactly. No, here's the other thing. You were talking about picking off 3 or 4, Republicans to give the House to the, keep it in the Democrats' hand. Why don't we just give them ambassadorships? Even make up a country or two. Hey, you want to be the ambassador to Slobovia? Come on over here. Sure. Just give them an envelope full of cash. They'll take it. Say, okay, just take a walk. Make sure it's obviously a Democratic state where the governor can just pick the next guy in or girl there,
Right.
But
that would be...
You're in a 50-50 state. You're going to lose. Wouldn't you take the ambassadorship to Fiji for 2 years? Take the kids. Take the dog. Who cares? Everybody's going.
Yeah, like Newt Gingrich and his wife getting the Vatican beat. Right.
Right. That's right. The Vatican. Oh my God. I've been to the Vatican many times. I don't think I want to stay in there. It's creepy. I mean, I've been in the catacombs. I've been up in the bell tower. You don't want to be there.
Santos might, because in spite of all his protestations about being Jewish, he is a allegedly devout Catholic. Now, I know, and neither one of us can believe anything the dude says. So even when he incriminates himself by saying he's been to Russia many, many times and knows how much a hotel room there costs, oddly enough, still, like, I don't know, do we believe that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
doubt it.
You can't.
Right.
Exactly. All right, let someone else in. Thank you
Appreciate
for hanging
it.
on. Let me in. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it. And go back to cleaning that grill. It's got filth and muck on it. Hey, all right. And who, like Lady B, we have one more caller, I think, on the line. Let's see if we can get him in before the end of the show.
Bob from Chicago.
Oh, Bob from Chicago. Right on. Welcome.
Hey, Al.
There you are. Hi.
My friend went to the Vatican Vatican gift shop.
Do we lose him? Is he there?
A Pope in her. Yeah, I'm here.
Whoops. Oh, I see. Hold on. Am I not hearing him, or is he not hearing me? What's happening? Hold on.
He can hear.
It might be a headphones thing. Give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird. I suddenly lost signal on there. Give me 1 second, and I will fix it, and then we will have audio. Give me just a moment. Oh, but there he is.
I'll pretend that other people can hear me. And not
there you go. Now I can hear you. It was just a weird drop off. Okay, go ahead.
That's cool. I'm just going to quickly say that my friend went to the Vatican gift shop and be a Pope opener, which was a bottle opener with Pope John II on it.
That's amazing.
Nice.
Just
anyway,
for wine, though.
First of all, it's for a bottle, but the Pope opener works and it's infallible. It works on all bottles.
Great. Okay.
I just want everyone to know that they should check out your Saturday show in case you're not aware of it. And
Thank you.
WCPT should make you the official #1 phone number to call if any show goes on vacation. This is one of the reasons why I really like listening to your show, is because I hear things on yours I don't hear anywhere else, but I need a little more explanation from you on this one. The strategic oil reserve, you said, as we know, is being refilled at a cheaper price. We're making a profit. I just wasn't clear on what the rules are on that profit, who controls it, what has to be done with it. Is there any regulation already written where this?
No, it's pretty cut and. I'll tell you what, it's pretty cut and dry. The rules is that it has to be sold at the highest biddable price at the time of sale. So whoever will pay the most for it gets it once it's offered into the market. So you can buy it directly at market price, but if you're saying, no, we really need some, we'll pay $5 a barrel over, which is what China did, which is why they got, one of the 5 million barrel orders, and why the right wing was flipping out that, that Biden is selling oil to China, that nonsense. That's because they offered to pay the most. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as we don't have a direct sanction against them, they're allowed to buy the oil, but they have to buy it at or above market price. And when they were selling it earlier this year, it was at $120 for the first batch, and then I think somewhere around $96 for the second batch. They started buying back in increments about a month ago, when oil hit $76 a barrel. When they announced it, it spiked. I think it's when it was at 72, it spiked to 76. They waited a couple of days because they had announced it and people drove the price up to try and get as much out of it as possible. And then it went back, the oil price went down worldwide to 72, and they bought back, they're slowly buying the oil back and refilling the reserve using that $72 marker. So anytime it drops down in that range, the strategic oil reserves just buys like Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy in Trading Places, right? They just wait till that moment and have that buy point. They could still buy it right now. I think it's at $78 right now, and still have made a $20 to $40 profit on every single barrel of oil that was removed from the strategic reserve going forward. And unlike what Dmitry Medvedev says, the price is not going up to $120 a barrel again. There's no reason for it. Demand is taking a crap. The Chinese market, while they thought it was going to come back online, did not, will not. And even once they start using oil again and start opening up again or whatever, it's still going to be a long lag. And quite frankly, there's a ton of of demand destruction in Europe and the United States and in Canada that is keeping the price down. So that's why. I mean, essentially, buy low, sell high. The opposite was true. Sell high, buy low. When they refilled the oil reserves, and as they refilled the oil reserves, they had sold at basically the peak of oil this year. Does that make sense?
Right. But so is there any actual profit we're seeing, and where would that go?
Oh, well,
did we have money
yeah, that money goes into there's a myriad of areas where it goes into, but it basically goes into the federal budget. It's available funds into the federal budget. So that overage and that difference will come out when we buy it back.
Okay, gotcha. It's more of a theoretical profit at this point.
No, because we actually got the money. They actually buy the barrel, fill barrels.
Can we spend that on a program perhaps that the Republicans said we're not giving any more money for, and we needed another $10 million for?
Like Kevin Kline and Dave or something like that. No, but what you can do is it gives you more wiggle room on some budgetary stuff in committee around certain things. So like any of the committees, like largely Department of Transportation or, like FEMA, and there are varying programs where you could say, we've got this much revenue coming in that wouldn't have come in otherwise because we took something we had and we sold it at this point. Once we buy it back, that money is basically freed up to say we did make money on this sale. Right now, they'll fill, and as it doesn't have to wait till it's filled back up to that initial amount, whatever the trade point is. So every sale and every purchase that balances out a certain amount, that shows up in a budgetary surplus or money available for elements of the budget. So they can use it. I wish. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, it brings down the deficit for the year. Absolutely. That's where it would show up in the regular budgetary aspect. And I wish, like you do, that the Biden White House could go. That just sits in a slush fund for us to. We could pay for the child income tax credit for 60,000 families with it or something like that. That would be lovely, but that's not how it works. But as long as you buy and sell it at the market price, it's just like any other sale or purchase you would make. That's how it worked out. So the Biden administration made about $40 a barrel minimum on each of these the barrels that they sold, and then they will buy back to refill to make sure that we have enough in the strategic reserve. And they're kept largely in like salt mines in Louisiana and other places, which are these giant empty caves that we just pour oil into and let it sit. It's a very strange, there's 4 or 5 of them around the country and they're kept relatively quiet, but that's one of the places. And it's one of the reasons why why we have to take crap from them sometimes is because they sit on these areas that the federal government has to supply them with support funds for. A lot of red states like that, Nevada and uranium and elsewhere. Anyways, I'm out of time. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. I hope that clarified it. And I'm going to put up a BRB sign and then be right back and do my regular show after this. Thank you, Lady B. You're wonderful. Thanks to Philip Ittner for joining us today. And thanks to all the callers. And I will see you guys Saturday for the House Sparks Radio program, Mega Worldwide, 11 to 2 in the Chicago area. And bye-bye. Thank you, Lady B.
Thank you.
Yeah. Big hug.
Happy New Year, okay?
Happy New Year. Yeah. Hopefully I'll see you soon, and a virtual hug until then.
Yes.
Okay.
Big hug.
Okay. Bye. Okay. There we go. And we'll click this, and we'll click here. And then give me a second, guys, and I'm going to reset my screen, and I'll put up I've got to gather the clips that I'm going to cover for the next part of the show. So hang in there and talk amongst yourselves. And thanks for being here, and thanks for subscribing. Thanks for the super chats, and thank you, Andrea. Happy birthday, Andrea. Tonight is your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Andrea Brower. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday to you. Be right back. Boom. Okay, all right. Let's get back to our regular show. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thanks. So much fun happening in that. Just the emojis flying. It's crazy. Obviously, there's a lot of things to cover. And welcome to the show. If you're just joining us or just finding this little piece of it, this little sliver of a show, like, subscribe, give a thumbs up if you can. It doesn't cost you anything to just do that. Or do this. If you're a troll and you hate what I do, first of all, thank you for giving the one thing you can never get more of in life, time, to me. Also, thank you for spending your time in my chat room, driving me up in the algorithm, as opposed to, I know you have a lot of, as a troll, you have a lot of choices, and I appreciate you choosing to fly with us. And yes, part whatever I'm on, I'm starting hour number 6 today, because I had a morning show for 2 hours and then filling in for Joan Esposito, and now the regular show. I'll be with you till 5 o'clock my time, a couple of hours. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Also, we have to jump right into this because this has been one of the big stories. Excuse me, Mr. Lake. I know what you're thinking. Hal, why are you reviewing old X-Men movies? No. I'm simply here to. I guess Fox is just hiring people who look like supervillains now as a business model. This is the Tucker Carlson clip where she brings on George Santos and gives him the what for. Now, I haven't watched this whole thing. Some people have posted a couple of little pieces of it. I have not watched those either. But I have a feeling that people think that she just slams him nonstop, I guess for 8 minutes and 37 seconds. That's how long this clip is. Doesn't let him off the hook. And by the end of it, he's in a fetal position saying, I quit. Or could she use the illusion that I really held his feet to the fire to cover for Republicans who would rather not have to legislate with a Hispanic or gay member or what have you, or I guess another Catholic or someone who's Jewish, whatever their reason to hate George Santos and not want to be around him is, let her broom him out. I think is the shtick, right? So let's see. She's filling in for Tucker, and honestly, those are big drawers to fill, and I'm sure they might seem a little tight, but we'll see how well she does.
Now, Permanent Washington has created a culture.
Permanent Washington. Is that another name for the establishment? Or it's the deep state? It's code for deep state. Just say deep state.
Where it's acceptable to lie to further your own interests.
Mm-hmm. Having a moment. It's a little freeze frame that's some locked shut eyes.
Just try not to get caught. I should know. I served in Congress for 8 years.
And you didn't manage not to get caught. Cool.
But even when these politicians do get caught, people just shrug their shoulders and move on. No big deal. No
Right. But not tonight. And not on Tucker Carlson.
Consequences. A few examples. Dick Blumenthal lied about his military service.
Richard Blumenthal. He doesn't go by Dick. But I saw what you did there.
And of course, Elizabeth Warren. She lied about having Native American heritage.
Or her family's belief that she did, or what she'd been told about it, and then she had she went and had Ancestry.com or 23andMe, and it turned out to be less than she thought. I mean, blonde hair, blue eyes, it's always questionable in that regard. Not wholly. I mean, granted, Kevin McCarthy's family, again, as one of our callers when I was filling in for Joan Esposito pointed out, told the government he's 1/8 Cherokee, and got government contracts off of it.
So no one should be surprised.
Yeah, it's the same. These are the same. She didn't fake her diploma. Neither did Blumenthal. Which are, sort of crucial to your ability to understand, contemplate, and produce legislation for your constituents.
The American people don't trust these politicians. They've got no faith that those in Washington are actually working for the people.
Yeah, that's why some of them lose re-election.
When they're so clearly working for themselves. Now, there are new accusations that George Santos, who was just elected to represent New York in Congress in this past election, has actually been lying extensively about his own past. Now,
dun, dun, dun.
He admits to some of these deceptions. For example, Santos acknowledges that he, quote, embellished his resume by saying that he graduated from Baruch College, but he didn't. Now, Santos has also admitted he never actually worked for Citigroup and Goldman Sachs, even though his website suggested that he did. Additionally, Santos once called himself a proud Jew, but
that's a soundbite waiting to happen.
In an interview with the New York Post, Santos now says, quote, I am Catholic because I learned my maternal family.
By the way, this dude is sitting off, to the side or in a studio waiting to go on watching this happen.
Jewish background, I said I was Jew-ish. There are other accusations, but now we have the opportunity to hear directly from George Santos himself. This is his very first TV interview since these accusations surfaced.
By the way, remember Don Jr., remember all the people who come on, or Matt Gaetz, or to some degree even like Carter Page, people come on to Tucker Carlson's show to like as a car wash to get through, difficult controversies. Just, other shows they might, not survive, but...
George Santos joins us now. Congressman-elect Santos, thank you for joining us today. First question I really want to ask you, now that all of this has been revealed, is what does the word integrity mean to you?
Damn! She's on orders to get rid of him. I'm just saying.
Well, Tulsi, thank you for having me. To answer your question, integrity is very important. And like I said to the New York...
That doesn't answer the question. Integrity. What is integrity to you? You got to tell me what it is before, when you say it's important, I know what you mean by it being important. Never mind.
Post. Embellishing
what does it mean, though?
There you go.
What does it mean? Because the meaning of the word actually matters in practice.
Well, it means you can be out of integrity, or you can be integrity. Does that work?
Of course. It means to carry yourself in an honorable way. And I made a mistake. And I think humans are flawed, and we all...
Several mistakes, lots of mistakes. And also not mistakes. They aren't mistakes. Nobody goes, did I graduate from Yale? Or did I say Yale? I meant DeVry. I was mistake. Sorry, how many months have I been saying that? I wrote it down. It's on my website. What the fuck?
Make mistakes, Tulsi.
Yeah. Nobody's perfect, okay?
I think we can all look at ourselves in the mirror and admit that once in our life we made a mistake.
Yes, I think we can. Few of us have made mistakes where they just kind of made up their past whole cloth. Like maybe, those guys on Discovery Plus or ID shows where they have an entire other family. Not so much a mistake.
I'm having to admit this
as a scheme. Yeah, he's got integrity-ish. That's right, Matt.
National television for the whole country to see. And I have the courage to do so because I believe that in order to move past this and move forward and be an effective member of Congress, I have to face my mistakes, and I'm facing them.
No, you're not. If you keep calling them mistakes, they are not mistakes. I had a take on something, and I fucking whiffed it. It's not a mistake, dummy.
The reality is that I remain committed to doing everything I set forward in my campaign. I'm not...
Yeah, but how is anybody supposed to know that? Are you committed to being a proud Jew? I think is the...
I'm a fraud. Right. I'm not a fake.
Yeah, you are. And if you have to come out and say, I'm not a fraud, I'm not a fake, probably ship has sailed.
I didn't materialize from thin air. I worked damn hard to get where I got my...
Yes, lying is sweaty work. It is the ditch digging of politics. Being completely full of shit is... You can't be second generation full of shit. Oh, wait, Don Jr. and Eric. Never mind.
Entire life. Life wasn't easy. It didn't start off easy. As I've said it many, many times, I come from abject poverty.
Yeah. First of all, no, you didn't. You didn't come from abject poverty.
Made some mistakes, and I own up to them.
Yeah, no, you don't. Again, if you're calling active lies you participated in willingly and knowingly, those weren't mistakes. What was the mistake in that situation? That you lied too much where people started asking questions?
And now I want to put this past me so I can deliver for the American people.
The thing is, Congressman-elect, integrity means, yes, carrying yourself with honor, but it means telling the truth, being a person of integrity. And if I were one of...
Yes, the definition of integrity is having it. Yeah.
Of those in New York's 3rd District right now that the election is over, and I'm finding out all of these lies that you've told, not just one little lie or one little embellishment. These are blatant lies. My question is, do you have no shame? Do you have no shame in the people who are now, you're asking to trust you to go and be their voice for them, their families, and their kids in Washington?
Guess what, dude? Fox has decided, and Tulsi and everybody there, that they get to earn their fair and balanced stripes by putting a footprint on your fucking back. And you handed them this win.
Tulsi, I can say the same thing.
Look at this. Rep-elect George Santos to Tulsi. I can explain. Did he say I can explain? I think he just said I've made mistakes. He hasn't explained any of it. I'm beginning to think they created these before he even got on the air.
About the Democrats and the party. Look at Joe Biden. Joe Biden's been lying to the American people for 40 years. He's the president of the United States. Democrats resoundingly support him. Do they have no shame? I've made this very clear.
This is not about the Democratic Party, though. This is about your relationship, frankly.
Sure it is. That's why you started with Richard Blumenthal and Elizabeth Warren, dum-dum. She's laying out a whataboutism for him as an exit ramp, even if he doesn't use it.
But the people who've entrusted you to go and fight for them. And I think one of the questions that really probably hits home to a lot of people is are you Jewish? We've got
Is it? That's one of the questions that really hits home. Because the answer is no. I guess maybe that question used to hit home, but now it's moving out. It's getting its own. That lie is getting its own apartment and setting up shop. It's going to live above a coffee house and enjoy the aroma.
A letter that your campaign sent out earlier this year, which reads as follows: As a proud American Jew, I've been to Israel numerous times for educational, business, and leisurely trips.
Also, leisure trips versus leisurely trips is weird.
You said there in that letter that you are, quote, a proud American Jew. How do you explain that?
My heritage is Jewish. I've always identified as Jewish. I was raised a practicing Catholic. I think I've gone through this.
Then you haven't always identified as Jewish.
Even I've not being raised a practicing Jew, I've always joked with friends and circles, even in the campaign, I'd say, guys, I'm Jewish. Remember, I was raised Catholic. So, look, I understand everybody wants to nitpick at me.
Yes, what's the difference? Catholic, Jewish. I mean, it's Abrahamic traditions. Savior, not a savior. Demographically, Republicans largely favoring the idea that Jesus was actually their savior, that even if they don't live up to the standards at all of what they purport to believe. What difference does it make?
I'm going to reassure this.
Look at this. I'm not Jewish. I'm Jewish. Wow.
Once and for all. I'm not a facade. I'm not a persona. I have an extensive...
I'm a person. I'm a real person, okay? And nobody's perfect, okay? You're not perfect. Stop holding me to a perfect standard of basic lies.
Career that I worked really hard to achieve, and I'm going to deliver for my...
Which, by the way, did not include working for Goldman Sachs and Citigroup, which he said he did.
Experience, because I remain committed in delivering results for the American people. I campaigned on inflation. I campaigned on crime. I campaigned on education.
Right, but it's a little difficult to think that you'll actually... How do they know? You campaigned on inflation, you campaigned on crime. Maybe to make them worse? Was it a trick?
I campaign on delivering results to the American people. That's what the people of the 3rd Congressional District heard me on and on as I campaigned. Now it's going to be incumbent upon me to deliver on those results. And I look forward to servicing and serving my district. I look forward to serving my people in my district to make sure that they see that this is what
looking for. The results that people are looking for are called into question when you tell blatant lies, not embellishments. And this is, I think, one of the biggest concerns, Congressman-elect, is that you don't really seem to be taking this seriously. You've apologized. You said you've made mistakes, but you've outright lied. A lie is not an embellishment on a resume. You said you worked at Goldman Sachs and Citigroup, but they've said, we've got no record of this guy working for us. You've said you've gone to and graduated from these universities, but they've said, well, we've got no record of that. These are blatant lies, and it calls into question how your constituents and the American people can believe anything that you may say when you are standing on the floor of the House.
Right. You stood there and you told people that you were worth billions. And it turns out you've got more debt than anyone else in New York real estate. You told people that your hotels and your houses were worth millions more, if not billions more in some cases, than they actually were. And then you lied to the IRS and said they weren't worth shit and that you were taking a loss on them. Oh, wait, not him. Sorry, I get him mixed up. There was some other Republican. Anybody remember?
Representatives supposedly fighting for them. That's the real issue here.
Well, look, I agree with what you're saying. And as I stated, and I continue, we can debate my resume and how I worked with firms such as Goldman and Citigroup.
Is it debatable or is it just false?
No,
is it debatable or is it just
debatable.
False?
No, it's not false at all. It's debatable. I can sit down and explain to you what you can do in private equity, in capital intro, via servicing limited partners and general partners. And we can have this discussion that's going to go way above the American people's head. But that's...
Give it a try. I'm gonna guess that the general public knows the difference between being a federal contractor and a federal employee, or the difference between being the guy who drives the truck that brings soda to the restaurant and being a restaurant owner. I'm pretty sure we get the difference.
That's not what I campaigned.
But the important thing is American people need to know that they're stupid and they could never understand him. You can't understand it. Like, look, it's complicated, okay? You can't do it. It's cruel and unusual to try and get you to understand complicated things. It's just mean to you, being the big American dum-dum that you are. But he wants to serve you.
I campaigned on delivering results for the American people by lowering inflation. I can sit down, and if you want to have that discussion, I'd be glad to, Tulsi, to explain.
You are sitting, she is sitting, you are having that discussion. That is actually happening. When is this going to happen? We can have coffee. We'll have shrimp.
That to you and make sure that we settle the score.
This is not about settling scores, and I think you just kind of highlighted, I think, my concern and the concern that people at home have. You're saying that this discussion will go way above the heads of the American people, basically insulting their intelligence. So not only are you...
Why do I have to agree with Tulsi Gabbard on some things or be ahead of her on these things? It's just sad. Oh, I know why. Because he's such a fucking idiot. This is the response anybody would have.
You now backtracking on these lies that you've told, but you're saying that you can't explain it in a way that your constituents would actually be able to understand.
Excuse me, it's not Tulsi, it's former Congresswoman Gabbard to you, Congressman-elect DeValder.
Explain it in a way. If you give me the time, I can easily explain it for you. As in, when investors are looking for capital, and I'm sitting there doing due diligence on the appetite and what they're looking for, right? And we work alongside GPs and LPs to help them place this capital. This is what I was doing, and that's when I worked extensively with these firms. And
hi, asshat. I got bad news for you. The entire Republican Party's argument for why they should be in office at all right now is the idea that Hunter Biden had like no skill jobs where he was just guiding investments to large firms. You're fucking with their nest egg.
Many other firms at my time as I was vice president of Linkbridge Investors. So this isn't a made.
Yeah, having your own private company is nothing to sneeze at. Just say that. You don't have to make up that you worked for bigger firms, dipshit.
Up narrative, but I feel like nobody really wants to sit down and talk about it. Everybody just wants to push me and call me a liar. Look,
Boo fuckity who. You are a liar. You lied. Dum-dum. It like big, egregious, dippy lies. Oh, God. This is intolerable.
Congressman.
By the way, you now know why Tucker Carlson wasn't the host when this asshole came on, because he refused to do the deed.
Santos.
I did.
Congressman-elect Santos, we've given you a lot of time. I think the time that is owed is to the people of New York's 3rd. It's hard to imagine how they could possibly trust your explanations when you're not really even willing to admit the depth of your deception to them. Thank you so much for being here and joining us.
Subscribe to the Fox News.
No, I'm not going to do that. So they're brooming him. Yeah, they had Tulsi do the hatchet job for them because they don't want him around, and there's no salvaging him. He's an asshole. He's a total liar. Total embarrassment. They have to go after him with both barrels. Otherwise, he'll drag a bunch of other ones with him. And if they allow him to be seated, he runs interference on, like, he's the guy they constantly get, the Democrats and others get to constantly bring up whenever the Republicans, talk about integrity or what have you. The same way that Trump used Pocahontas all the time, that this is the same thing. It's not going anywhere. That said, by the way, let me see if I can find this real quick. Yeah, okay. So, before you think that that Tulsi is a hero, let me show you another little segment where she talks about the border crisis. Now, we've discussed how Title 42 inflates the number of crossings at the border to make it look like more people are coming in the same way that the Republicans like to look at the amount of fentanyl that is stopped at the border and assume that it's a very small sliver and assume this mystical, mysterious fantasy number of volumes of fucking fentanyl that must be getting in if they're catching this amount, because they're not even really trying, because the CBP, who are American heroes, have basically just fucked off from their job and don't care anymore because Joe Biden won the presidency and they love Trump so much they're just going to let fentanyl flow into the country. The argument is fucking stupid. But let's see what she says before she gains any hero status from anybody who thinks she was doing the Democrats a favor by going after Santos when she's really just taking out the trash.
Clearly isn't worried at all about the crisis.
Clearly isn't worried at all. That's why they requested $3 billion more for DHS and the Customs and Border Patrol than last year, which was up from the year before. Clearly doesn't care.
At the southern border. I don't think they're paying attention to it.
Nah, they didn't even, what border? Do we have a southern border? I thought it was just wide open.
At all. This is proof by the fact that Joe Biden is now heading to St. Croix in the U.S. Virgin Islands for some sun, rest, and relaxation.
Yes, it's a terrible thing, especially around the holidays. The president should, and if he golfs, I think it should be considered a war crime.
Meanwhile, gangs and human traffickers not only have free run of the border.
No, they don't. If you're in a gang or you're a human trafficker, I just wouldn't recommend just brushing across. You will encounter some challenges, unless I guess the Texas members of the Customs and Border Patrol just like human trafficking. Is her assumption that the people who work in Border Patrol are just in league with the cartels? Because it's one thing to think that Biden doesn't give a shit, but there's still workers down there. There's still a lot of Customs and Border Patrol people down there. So those folks have just given up on their job Is that what Tulsi is telling everybody? That they just said, fuck it. Biden's in. Let's let them come in and tear apart the country.
They basically control it as they're profiting heavily, fueling their criminal enterprise.
Oh, you mean because of the access roads created by the Trump wall that extend the area where human trafficking can actually happen across the border, raising the cost of the border at the same... Okay, because of that?
But they're not only taking over the Texas border. Arizona is also in this crisis and crosshairs.
Crisis and crosshairs.
This month alone, customs officials at a single port of entry in the state of Arizona, in Nogales, seized roughly 2 million fentanyl pills.
Good work, guys. Congratulations. They seized them, did they? Are you sure it doesn't say sold them? Because that would be bad. Seizing them, good. Selling them, bad.
Last month, that very same port of entry seized more than 3 million fentanyl pills. So they're getting pretty good at stopping the stuff, maybe better than they were during the Trump years. So we had the highest number of fentanyl deaths in a single fiscal year happened starting in April of Trump's last year in office. So obviously fentanyl was getting across the border at some point. It was coming from somewhere. And now they're stopping it regularly. And that's a bad thing. It's one of the weirdest arguments. And of course, that's just what CBP was able to detect.
Sure. I mean, the assumption is, of course, that's...
full extent of the drug trafficking and human trafficking that's occurring and the consequences on our country, especially through...
We're at the mercy of a narco state. This is part of the gin up that Marjorie Taylor Greene and others, including Trump, have been saying that we need to bomb the cartels in Mexico, just basically open warfare against Mexico, because it's basically, this is the argument, if it's a narco state, they control the Mexican government, so the Mexican government is in on it. So if you bomb the cartels, you got to bomb the government itself. I mean, all of Mexico is basically... her argument is they're all in league together.
Our border in Arizona, this is almost impossible to measure. Our government, both Democrats and...
But, I mean, I know it's impossible to measure, borderline impossible to measure, no pun intended. But I think you should just use Trumponomics and just exaggerate it. However much is caught, let's just assume 20 times more gets through. You're not finding it in the other states at that volume. But I'd say to assume.
Republicans have clearly failed to secure our borders, either because they just don't care about the American people, our security, or our country.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Or they're totally incompetent. Mexico, certainly not doing anything to secure its own borders and keep people from entering our country. They're essentially a narco state that is controlled by and facilitating these cartels, who are the ones who are winning in all of this.
Well, not if the fentanyl kills their customers. I mean, one of the things the cartels are kind of worrying about right now is the meth producers and the weed growers and the coke producers are fighting with the fentanyl producers because the fentanyl and the heroin mixed with fentanyl is killing their customer base. I mean, there's a difference between an addict and a dead addict. And the problem with fentanyl is it kills a lot of people. The cartels themselves are a couple of them have been at war with triad members about this shit.
And so the result is that, like Texas, Arizona is also experiencing an unprecedented wave of illegal migration. But keep in mind, the impact doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop.
By the way, the wave of illegal migration is not the volume of people actually crossing. It's the number of encounters, which is, again, she won't bring that up.
At our border states. Because they're just way stations for this surge of illegal migration that frankly is impacting every state across the country.
You mean with all those jobs that aren't filled? All right.
Now, the Daily Caller's Jorge Ventura was at the Yuma border in the middle of the night just before Christmas. Here's some disturbing footage of what he saw.
Terrifying. Let's see it.
We are approaching 4 in the morning here in Yuma, Arizona. This is the current scene. We're seeing a massive line here of migrants from all over the world, from Russia, Peru, Brazil, Colombia, Cuba. This is one of the more sophisticated human smuggling operations. And this once again shows, we're taking here this massive line here. This is once again shows the amount of control the Mexican drug cartels have on this border. Secretary Mayorkas continues to say that the border is closed. This massive line shows different.
So he's on the Mexican side of the border. Notice that it says Yuma, Arizona, but he's in Mexico. There's a line. Is the line moving? Honest to God, if the border was open, why would there be a fucking line?
Ali Bradley of News Nation reported today that she saw more than 400 migrants cross into Yuma this morning alone. Now, many of them, she said, are from Moldova, Russia, and Cuba. And according to Bradley, quote, one Moldovan man told us he took an Uber from Tijuana to this drop-off point. And he says he was told the border is open.
Yeah. Why was he told that? Who told him that? There you go. This Fox News. Human smugglers get the message. The border is open. Who the fuck is telling them the border is open? Title 42 still exists. There's still a wall. Where the fuck are they hearing it? You think a lot of Russians and people from Moldova watch MSNBC and hear that the border is wide open? Come on over. No. Where do they hear it from? What network of all the networks is constantly saying the border is wide open?
Now, as Jorge Ventura found, human smugglers have received that message loud and clear. Ventura confirmed that many young people...
So they work for the Republican Party, or are you getting kickbacks, or how does it work?
People are being brought to the border by human smugglers.
Dear God, look at that woman. She's terrifying.
So there we actually have the human smuggler. He's trying to flash this light to my camera.
He's a human smuggler. He's smuggling humans. These people are walking by themselves, and he's more like a human trafficker, meaning that he's guiding traffic. And he's a human trafficker the way the guys with the red flashlights are airplane traffickers.
And blocked us from filming him. He was actually calling me out yesterday for filming him here yesterday, and he's bringing another big group here. That's why he's using that strobe to block me from getting his face this time, as he's actually taking money payments right now.
Official.
Right. By the way, he's not in Yuma, Arizona. He's on the Mexican side of the border.
Officials in Arizona say they're not getting any help from the federal government in
which is a lie.
deterring this illegal migration and...
in deterring this illegal migration. So Title 42 isn't helping. Because what more do you want in terms of if Title 42 is the answer to it and you keeping it is very important, why isn't it working? Why is Title 42 making it worse? Why are many of these people, at least a third, are on their fifth try crossing into the United States before they're caught and returned?
And human trafficking.
Also, why is the guy from the Daily Caller not calling the police or the Customs and Border Patrol and going, hey, there's a big line of people coming. We're right at this one line.
In fact, the Biden administration has successfully pressured Arizona to stop using shipping containers that they put up as makeshift barriers to kill.
Because you can cut through them with a fucking hacksaw and hide in them.
Keep illegal migrants out.
They're not fucking full of cement, dipshit. They're easy. Oh, God.
Now, Governor-elect Katie Hobbs has also vowed to stop using these containers as blockades. And just
because they don't work.
Just a moment, we're going to speak to Mark Daniels, the sheriff of Cochise County, about the fight over those very shipping containers. But first, we're going to go to the Daily Caller's Jorge Ventura, who shot the footage from Arizona that we just showed you. Jorge, you are exposing the lie that the Biden administration is telling us about how the borders are secure and closed. Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, with that footage of you in Mexico, but it says Yuma, Arizona. Are you technically in the United States where you're filming that? Or are you just kind of spitballing?
Happening on the ground right now.
Yeah, and Yuma, Arizona is one of the more sophisticated human operations that I've reported. I've been reporting in South Texas, California, and Arizona, but...
Well, yeah, what do they have, a turnstile? The fuck is with the line? Again, if the border is wide open, you don't think you can see, the Border Patrol can't see your lights?
In Yuma...
What? And Steve Ducey is still fucking governor of Arizona. Katie Hobbs is not in charge, of the state yet.
What makes it particularly interesting is around 2 in the morning on the Mexican side, you'll see a mass...
On the where, sorry?
But in Yuma, what makes it particularly interesting is around 2 in the morning on the Mexican side, you'll see a massive wave of vehicle traffic. After the migrants are dropped off, you'll see 4 or 5 human smugglers guide these migrants. We're talking about hundreds of migrants from all over the world. So I got to meet migrants from Russia, Afghanistan, Bolivia, Peru, Brazil, Cuba. They're being smuggled.
The Cubans are very strange because I suppose they don't want to take the boat trip, so they go to South America and then try to come up.
In the middle of the night, hundreds, overwhelming Border Patrol officials, and luckily we were able to track down one of those human smuggling routes, get these smugglers on camera. What makes this actually more interesting, Tulsi, is how brazen these smugglers are, walking on American soil and taking payments as they continue to smuggle hundreds. And after we caught the smuggler on camera, he couldn't care less. He just returned to the Mexican side and continued bringing groups, and it just overwhelms Border Patrol officials on the Yuma side. There was actually one point where it was around 6 in the morning.
Look at that! Look at this horrifying picture of this man with a toddler, probably going to sell it. Like he's just taking it straight to an adrenochrome facility in Tempe.
I was staring at a group of 300 migrants with no Border Patrol agents to apprehend them or process them because they have to attend to other areas. And it's just been a complete mess and disaster. And right now, the Mexican cartels have full control of the U.S. border. I know Secretary Mayorkas like to say the border is secure. It is absolutely not. It's a different story on the ground.
Jorge, thanks so much for showing people exactly what's really happening at the border. Because if you watch the mainstream media, you listen to the Biden administration.
Yeah, I just want to, so we saw the line on the Mexican side, and we saw people crossing a little piece of ground. Where's the footage of them just kind of running into the United States? Where's that footage? There seems to be a lot of this footage, but you're not showing any of the part where they would encounter CBP, which you allege aren't there. Is there something they have against filming the direction of where these people are going, or do they just not get very far and it doesn't sell the narrative?
Mayorkas.
I'm sorry, but that piece of missing footage it stands out to me.
They are blatantly lying to us, and what you've just shown us again is who is actually in control at the border.
No, you haven't. There's a dude with a flashlight being paid to show people a way across the border. The idea that he is a cartel member, or that he is beholden to cartels, or that he's not just some dude who knows the border well and acts as a guide, or that he's a quote unquote human trafficker because he is. And by the way, there's a huge difference between assisting people getting across the border and human fucking trafficking. Using that phrase willy-nilly. Most of us think of human trafficking as a shitty modern term for slavery. I have this person and I'm trafficking in people. I will sell you this person for whatever purpose you want. There's a huge difference between that and give me $50 and I'll show you where the exit is. Yeah, how do we know that was the border? It's a good point, Salty Sylvester. You don't have to. It can all just be sales. Also, how many of those people have tried multiple times? How many of them get caught once they're in a city and get sent back and do it again and do it again? But the idea that guy who's getting paid $50 to show him a way across the border is a quote-unquote human trafficker is fucked. That's ridiculous. It's embarrassing to even use those phrases. And as much as Tulsi Gabbard was crawling up George Santos's ass about what he was saying, what's the difference?
It's those who are profiting the most, these cartels and human traffickers. Thank you.
Again, these cartels and human traffickers, are they not one and the same? I thought the whole title of the human smugglers, get the message, the border is open. Okay. By the way, smuggling and trafficking are two different things. The video, whoever posted the video, used the word smuggler. which is definitely closer to reality of what those guys do. They smuggle people across the border. They don't traffic in humans. They smuggle them. This asshole is saying that there is no material distinction between both of those, and human trafficking is like they're selling slaves and mostly children across the border. To whom? Into red states. Who's buying these people if it's human trafficking? The fuck are you talking about?
Thank you so much.
Gibberish. Okay, again, footage on the Mexican side of the border, footage of a guy saying, give me $50 and I'll show you the route. Okay, thanks for showing us the route. Line of people paying this fucker. Women and children, parents trying to make it in the dark of night. That's been happening for fucking ever. Has there ever been a time when you couldn't get similar footage of people at one point or another lining up, queuing to get across the border because CPB is busy somewhere else? They fucking text people and they're like, yeah, they're busy with this other group. We sent a bait group down that way. Meet us here and we'll get you across. When has that not happened? Also, how many of those people, this is their first and only try? How many of those people actually made it fucking across? I'm just going to go with 0. I call bullshit. There's a reason why they didn't show them exiting that space. They're coming across. He kept showing that dude who was flashing the light because he didn't want to be seen. And focusing on that dude who's a human trafficker, who's actually just a paid guide to get people across. That guy, there's so much footage of that guy and the line in the Mexican side, and they're not showing the people actually getting into the United States and going anywhere. Why? Either it didn't happen and they never got to that point, or they got caught and it eats the narrative. Just like the fentanyl that was seized. So fucking stupid. And so again, the idea that Tulsi Gabbard, of all fucking people, is crawling up George Santos's ass for being a liar when she's literally materially making no distinction between a human trafficker and a human smuggler, and saying that the cartels and the human traffickers are working together and not working together, and that fentanyl seized at the border is a sign that things are going badly. Just lazy. By the way, Friday, I don't know if you, by the way, you're watching Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. I've been on a lot today, and I hope I'm not boring you. I hope you're not tired of me yet. There's so much to cover. And there will be so much to cover because along with the January 6th committee's report and the transcripts of the myriad of transcripts that they're putting out this week from people who were interviewed by them, including, I think, all 4 sessions of Cassidy Hutchinson's meetings with them. Friday, Trump's taxes come out. 6 years of Trump taxes, the whole thing, not just a couple of pages, not just his, cover pages, but all of the documents that go with them. That's going to be fun. But Newsmax, very concerned for Democrats right now because releasing Trump's taxes will cut both ways, according to American Agenda. I got news for you, asshole. All the other presidents released their shit. They didn't have to be audited because they gave their taxes willingly. But let's see what their take is. Tell me about it. Tell me why this is going to be just as bad for Democrats. Trump's taxes are going to be horrible for Hunter Biden.
Well, folks, last week, every Democrat in the House Ways and Means Committee voted to release former President Trump's personal tax returns for the past 6 years, even going so far as to include years when he was a private citizen.
Yes, just like other presidential candidates have done many times.
These records will be made public on Friday. Here to discuss, former advisor to Margaret Thatcher and President Donald Trump, John Brown, and columnist for the American Spectator, Jeffrey Lord. John, give me your thoughts on this, sir.
Well, the Marxist managers of the Democrat Party are...
The Marxist managers of the Democrat Party. Okay.
Absolutely terrified of the patriot Trump.
The patriot. You mean the patronizing asshole, or you mean patriot?
The most powerful Republican at the moment.
on the wane.
So they will do any.
And by the way, again, that's the world's loudest whisper, world's tallest midget concept.
Anything. Disregard any law, disregard any rule, any custom, or.
Well, then why isn't he in jail already and just shackled in some sort of? Why isn't he in fucking Gitmo? What do you mean disregard any fucking law? What do you think's taking so long, asshat?
Cautional convention.
Yes, maybe he means Groucho Marx. That's a good point. I should have been more charitable, Alyosher, in our chat room for that. It's true. Perhaps he meant the Groucho Marxist or the Richard Marxists even.
Of civilized behavior to hurt Trump. And
boo-hoo! Why would it hurt him? Why would a billionaire be hurt by their taxes being shown? What's the hurt? Wouldn't it just be more for him to fucking brag about? Why would the world seeing Trump's taxes hurt him and go?
And achieve their Marxist goal, which is
their Marxist goal to what?
Total subjection and control of all citizens.
Total subjection and control of all citizens. Hey, fucko, we fought a war with your country to avoid that. Why is having equal protection under the law and a consistent standard for Republican and Democratic presidential candidates subjection of the what the fuck kind of 1984 horse shit is this?
They're not trying to inform people.
Oh, they're doing it by accident then?
They're trying to mislead the people.
They're trying to mislead them. I agree. I hate being misleaded. Also, how would we be misled, I think is the phrase, by finding out what are in Trump's actual taxes? If you're arguing that they are falsifying what's in them, have at it.
And harm Republicans with false perceptions.
Oh, so you're saying that Trump's taxes will be full of lies? All right, you may have a case.
Meanwhile, hiding likely treasonous crimes of the Biden family that is in the pay of China. It's
are we? We're in the pay of China. The Biden family is where the U.S. is under control of a bought and paid for marionette of the Chinese party. Is that why the Chips Act? Is that why we're stopping companies from being able to provide them with the chip manufacturing machines that would actually set them back 10, 15 years? Is that why? Is that why we're they literally, people who are American citizens had to choose between working with Chinese companies or giving up their U.S. citizenship? Again, if Biden got $1 billion to China, so the idea is, the theory is, China paid Biden $1.5 billion to fuck them. Without lube.
It's grotesque and greatly damaging to the United States.
Okay, dude didn't say anything for the record.
And the free world.
Okay, Jeffrey.
And the free world. Oh, yes.
Okay, Jeffrey, just to focus on the taxes for a moment. What bothers me about this is
that people might find out that Trump has been bullshitting for a long time and we're a bunch of suckers.
There's no law that a president has to reveal his taxes or someone running.
Look at this asshole nodding. Yeah, he doesn't have to. He said he was going to. He lied about being audited. He said as soon as the audit was over, he would release them. So what's his objection? We now know there never was an audit.
For office has to reveal them. If you want to write a law saying you got to reveal them, okay, that's fine. But that didn't exist before. And they're supposedly creating that law and justifying getting his taxes in order to write that law, which is totally.
And does that not mean that every Democrat who's planning on running for president one day will have to have their shit in order?
Totally unnecessary. So that's the kind of thing that bothers me here, because if they can do that to him, what about you and me and anybody else that
runs for president? That we get to know if you're I don't know, on the Russian tit, as it were.
Politicians on the other side of the aisle might say, we want their taxes.
Exactly. The word that should concern them is precedent. And that's what they're doing with this. And
yes, there was precedent. Up till this point, presidents, people running for office, willingly showed their taxes. And the precedent that was upset was Trump not showing his. Because, by the way, lying that he would the entire time.
Let's just remember, Donald Trump may have been president, but at the end...
Yeah, but barely.
He's a public servant, just like every member of the House weighs in.
No, I think a lot more of those folks actually showed up for work more often.
Means Committee. So if this is good enough for Donald Trump, it should be good enough for the members of the House Ways and Committee, and I might add, their staff. What are their taxes? What tax breaks did they take?
Well, so this guy is arguing that members of the House Ways and Means Committee, or your average congressperson or their staff, has equal power and influence as the president of the United States. And therefore, it should be a baseline standard. If he wants to give them the kind of power the president has, then you would arguably say that they have the same responsibilities in that regard. By the way, a good deal of people running for the House do indeed show their taxes.
What are their business dealings? If this is going to be the method of operation.
By the way, knock yourself the fuck out. If that's the way this blade has to cut, who cares? I'll tell you who cares. Republicans.
Then okay, let's get on with it and let's see. I suspect that when that demand begins to be made, they may change their mind about this kind of thing on a permanent basis.
Yeah. Let's listen to something that Trump said during his debate with Hillary.
She complains that Donald Trump took advantage of the tax code. Well, why didn't she change it? Why didn't you change it when you were a senator? The reason you didn't is that all your friends take the same advantage that I do. And I do. You have provisions in the tax code that, frankly, we could change. But you wouldn't change it.
Like what?
Because all of these people give you the money so you can take negative ads on Donald Trump.
Okay.
So the idea is that it's what I did was not a crime, and I'm just taking, standard deductions that you say. Well, the reason he was able to bullshit like that was because it was based on he created that myth right there. That I'm not cheating the system. I'm just using the tax breaks that are there. I just don't need to show them because I'm not embarrassed by them, but this is just what rich people do. The problem is that he was actually committing fraud, and not just tax fraud, but with the banks as well. That's why he's in deep shit. That's why his company's going to be shut down in New York. That's what the DA there is going after, and he knows it. Hiding his taxes helped him hide a crime.
Go
ahead, Jeffrey. You're laughing. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, as always, he gets right to the heart of the matter. And notice she sat there silently because he told the truth about her.
Well, no, because she waited till he finished. It was a debate. She answered.
So, this is a problem. We haven't heard the last of this. I mean, we have this mammoth tax code that's probably bigger than the house I'm sitting in. And
yeah, it's not. Whatever. Any big government, big stuff. It's too big. Even though we're the biggest, greatest country in the world, we can't have complicated things because we're an uncomplicated, simple country full of simpletons.
If you're going to play this game, look out.
Yeah, totally shaken in her boots. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing, John, there is some.
Just, by the way, the hunting and pecking for something here to push back on is fucking weird.
Something being made.
It's like, look at him trying to how do I make this not look like I'm just helping Trump hide evidence of crime?
Made of the fact that Mr. Trump didn't pay any taxes, which I always hate when that term is used. In the same way that I don't like when it's used in certain, corporations. That doesn't mean they owed taxes and did not pay them. That may have meant there were no taxes due. And if you want to change that, change the tax code.
No, he lied, stupid. He said his buildings weren't worth shit to the IRS, and then he told the banks that they were worth a lot. That's the problem. Everybody can understand that a company that has a big R&D budget or has, profits and losses may only pay money on the profits that they achieve. And if they didn't have, profits up to a certain margin, they can get, tax breaks and cuts and all kinds of stuff if they're a functioning business. That's not what we're talking about at all. The Trump Organization is not it's not a investor-based company. There's, you can't buy stock in Trump Org because nobody would. It's a family. Talk about, by the way, the reason why they say Biden crime family all the time is because Trump's family organization reads like a criminal enterprise to most people who look at it on paper, from the charities to the businesses themselves. But the problem wasn't that he, had profits, but he posted so many losses that they zeroed each other out and he didn't end up paying any tax on profit. It's because he lied. He was fucking lying. And he was lying to two different organizations, the IRS and the banks.
Exactly, Rob. The Congress wrote these tax rules and gave huge tax breaks for people that did what the government wanted. And
yeah, but he didn't do that. He lied.
Property development was one of those industries.
Right, and he didn't develop any properties. He stopped building shit in 92.
And Trump is a property developer.
Yeah, by the way, a property developer. Think about how broad that shit is. Excuse me. The flip this house crowd. Armando Montalongo, the man who was almost solely responsible for the housing crash. I'm kidding, but what does it mean to be a property developer? A coat of paint, turning an old office building into apartments, or turning apartments into an office building, or actually taking a property with nothing on it and actually building something on it that people can rent or use or purchase later for more money. Most of what Trump did was fucking coat of paint. And he would write off the cost of the paint.
And takes the correct tax deductions, which reduces the tax that he owes.
Right. And if that's all he was doing, what the fuck is the problem with showing his taxes? Won't we all be impressed? This guy in particular. Dude, if his taxes come out Friday and it was all above board, what do you got to worry about? I'll tell you what you have to worry about. This asshole knows, and both the other guys know full well, that Trump is a lying piece of shit. That he's never had anywhere near the money he said, and that he was defrauding banks the entire time. And it's one thing to defraud the IRS, because these guys think that's a full-time occupation. But once you fuck with the banks and you lie about getting loans, you can damage the real estate industry. That's what they don't want coming out.
In one case to zero. It happens all over America.
Right. And it's only a problem when the person is full of shit.
Many industries, some companies who pay zero tax, individuals who pay zero tax. It happens all over the place, but they try to make it, as I said, not the facts, but the perception that he's...
If they just want the perception and not the facts, then what impetus is there to release his fucking taxes? The perception already exists. You can create the perception just by talking about it. But releasing his taxes, people, accountants, accounting companies, right-wingers, the fucking accounting group at Fox News could go through all this shit and go, yeah, it may look hinky, but he followed the code to the letter. He didn't lie about shit. There goes the perception. If all they want the perception and not the facts, then they would hide the taxes, because that perception exists with the Democratic voting base already. The problem is that the releasing of his taxes will allow that perception, which is reality, to permeate MAGA, permeate the right-wing, bubble that they have around Trump that's helped him carry this myth for years.
cheating on his taxes. This is not even an accusation that he's cheated. It's just a perception that he's cheated.
Again, if it's the perception that all they want, then releasing his taxes would pop that bubble. It would Democrats wouldn't have that perception to, I guess, sell anymore. But if they release his taxes and it shows exactly that, then you assholes can't pretend that it was just a perception all this time, because now it's a reality.
And I think most of the big companies have very sophisticated tax accountants using all the tax breaks that are legally possible. And
right. And that'll be, oh man, we'll be eating crow if that's the case. Won't we have egg on our faces? Oh my gosh, by Sunday night, after every time somebody's gone through his shit and checked the records of when shit was sold and who was working there and how much they were getting paid, I'm sure it'll all be above board.
This is what he's done.
Yeah, as long as Jeffrey, as long as you're not breaking the law, I mean.
Right. That would be the thing. As long as you're not breaking the law. And how do we know if it's a perception of criminality or actual criminality? Well, one of the ways we know that is by candidates releasing their fucking taxes. And this asshole saying, by the way, that he was going to release his taxes and never doing it. And you guys are cool with that. Again, this isn't even about whether or not Trump's taxes are released or not. We can just hang this entire argument on the fact that that motherfucker said he would release his taxes as soon as the audit was done, and we now know there was no audit. He was lying. And so what's the problem with his taxes being released by somebody else? Because he's already given permission. He's already said, I'll release my taxes when the audit's over. We now know there was no audit, so therefore his taxes can be released. Why should he have to go through the trouble? The House Ways and Means Committee has him, so just let him out. I mean, it'll save him a trip to Kinko's.
You're taking advantage of it. Now, some say Trump is not as rich as he claimed to be, and that's one of the reasons he didn't want people to see taxes.
Yes. You know who one of those people was? Ivanka.
Well, everybody's out there saying they've got this, that, or the other thing here. Then let's check and see whether they do or not. I mean,
right. There you go. I agree. Release the taxes. Well said, dum-dum. For fuck's sake, can these guys not eat their own argument?
We're just as you indicated in your prior conversation with former Congressman Doug Collins, there's a Republican member of Congress who was saying all sorts of things about himself that were not accurate, not true.
You mean Santos?
And that's just that. I mean, what happens when it comes to taxes and private finances and all of this? You've got people in Congress making it up as they go along. So if that's what they want to do, let's get it out on the table.
Jeffrey and John, all I know is it's the Trump name on those buildings, right? And try to tell somebody in middle America that guy's not rich.
Because people in middle America don't understand that people get out over their skis financially or bullshit their way into loans they never deserved. Nobody's ever seen a fucking Incredible Hulk episode about a real estate developer who was trying to buy up all the good land and ruin the town.
I don't know. It just never.
They wouldn't get it. Look at of course he's rich. Look at the glitz. You're from middle America. Shut the fuck up. What do you know? I think this is our second clip today where the argument has been the American people are too stupid to understand that what a lie is or what a grift is. I don't know if you know this, but true crime programming is through the fucking roof. People get it. You'd be amazed. Just try in some restaurant. Start chit-chatting about DNA in a murder trial or something like that, and people will pipe up all around you. Yeah, sheet pants. That's the idea. You're all idiots. The Republicans are now running on the idea that Americans are stupid and should be allowed to continue their nap. because they'll never understand rich and powerful people like Donald John Trump. By the way, if you like what I do for a living, Venmo, just like, hold on, somebody did it a minute ago, if I may. Emily, thank you so much. Beautiful. Thank you so much for that super chat, or for the Venmo. And thank you, Tobias, for the super chat. And Larry, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And Dr. Kev's gal, hate being late. You weren't late. I was early. But Dr. Kev's gal, I don't blame you. And Daphne, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hype train happened on Twitch. But, I don't expect people to understand what a hype train is, or bits, or super chats. And people can't understand that. They just need to shut up and play along. Is that how Republican leaning YouTube channels go? You guys don't understand how this works, so just throw your cash my way, and I'll and just stay dumb. What the fuck?
Never has seemed to float with
and not being rich is not a crime.
Not being rich is not a crime. Agreed, motherfucker. Nobody cares if somebody isn't rich. As a matter of fact, the majority of people aren't quote unquote rich, because if the standard for rich is $5 million net worth, that's what John McCain said. The vast majority of us aren't rich, and none of us are going to jail for just not being rich. The difference is if you lied telling the bank you are rich, and then lied telling the IRS that you're not rich, and then you were playing both sides of that, that's criminal. That's what's going on here. And again, the perception that he did it is all over the fucking place, even in Republican circles. And that reality will be answered Friday, or start to be answered, because I'm sure they'll have a lot of people have to go through stuff. And there are certain banks that are going to see what he was telling the IRS and recognize that the loans that they've given him aren't really backed up by anything. That will cause a cascade of problems, because banks, most of them are, have stockholders and investors that they have a fiduciary duty to make sure that their investors are making money. And if they're giving out loans to buddies and friends, or being suckered into giving loans to people that don't deserve them on a massive scale like they did with Trump, and keep throwing good money after bad, that investors might have an issue with that. Because it's profit, they are being denied that money that could have been loaned to people who actually weren't liars and cheats.
Yeah, exactly. That's supposed to be the goal in capitalism, so that you can hire people and allow them to provide for their families and have the American dream as well. So,
fuckhead, he didn't do any of that shit. He turned his dad's building company into a labeling company. Other developers were coming up with the actual fucking buildings. They were the ones creating jobs. He was just slapping his goddamn name on it to add an 8% fee on top of what the apartments might cost at one point when his name was worth a fuck. And now it's not.
So we'll have to leave it right there. Jeffrey and John, thank you so much for being with us.
Happy New Year to you all.
Happy New Year to you as well. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at Bidenflation, what already shell-shocked customers could see in the coming year.
Yeah, obviously you guys aren't so pissed you're not buying anything anymore. And obviously it was Biden's fault that there was an avian flu outbreak that raised the price of turkey this year. That's his fault. Because obviously, because he's Democrats like Fauci, and we like science and Wuhan Virology Center, blah, 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 that obviously the Democrats are in charge of all infectious disease on the planet. And they use it to manipulate the cost of poultry. Oh, God. These guys are embarrassingly stupid. This used to be work. It used to take some brains to go after some of these folks. Not anymore. Feel like I'm speaking of losing brain cells, ladies and gentlemen, and here they are in the Christmas spirit. This what's his ass from Redacted and his wife, who fled the United States to avoid criminal prosecution for fraud, are now living in I don't know. I want to say Portugal. One of those places. We'll look it up. in South America, surrounded by filthy people who want to immigrate to the United States, apparently. The Clayton Morris and Ms. Morris, and they're going to tell us, wait, they're still doing this in the Wuhan lab? Fauci lied again. I'm sure we're gonna uncover some things.
So they're actually still doing this at the Wuhan lab. You won't believe.
They're still doing what?
Believe what they're still doing at the Wuhan.
I will not believe what they're still doing at the Wuhan lab. Or at the Wuhan lab.
American tax dollars, your American tax dollars, if you happen to be American. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, nobody who watches your show is. It's basically just Russian watch farms at this point, right?
That's with your money. The Daily Caller has uncovered evidence.
Not the Daily Caller, thank God.
That the National Institutes of Health, the NIH, is still keeping the money flowing into the Wuhan lab. Like, you can't even make this up anymore. In secret.
Well, you might be. We'll see.
They're doing this.
Okay.
So here's their exclusive. Internal videos reveal NIH plan to keep money flowing to risky research in Wuhan.
Okay. Reveal NIH plan to keep money flowing to risky research in Wuhan. There's a lot of wiggle room in that. Let's give it a try. Let's see. This one right here. Hold on. External. Here we go. 1 second. If I may. You mean this article right here? Well, by golly, let's see what this has to say. Well, let's see how much he reads in it, and then I'll go through it. Okay, so internal videos reveal NIH plan to keep money flowing to risky research in Wuhan. Okay, is the video on here? Did they show the video? Is this it? The fact that we haven't already outlawed gain-of-function research when we now know dangerous is insane to me. White coat, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's... Tweet vids in a Thai... Wuhan lab virologist tweets video in a Thai bat cave. All right, let's check it out. Hold on 1 second.
Well, in addition to subpoenaing Fauci, Daszak needs to be the subject
Fauci
of our inquiry. Here's what's interesting. Why did money continue to flow to the EcoHealth Alliance after Fauci knew that EcoHealth was not in compliance with the required paperwork? This happened during the pandemic after we knew EcoHealth was in violation. And the fact that we haven't already...
Okay, this is during the Trump administration. Who, by the way, you do recall that Trump, let's see, hold on 1 second. This is part of the video. 1 second. I think it's on YouTube. Let's see. Trump Australian interview COVID Wuhan. It should be in here somewhere. If I may.
But ultimately, what we did was we shut it off. So just that on its face didn't make sense, but I stopped that.
The Obama administration did hit pause on gain-of-function research, though, and that was lifted under your watch. Why did you allow the gain-of-function research to continue?
Well, I think probably people that worked for me looked at it and...
Yeah, the best people.
At one point, they might have done that, but ultimately, what we did was we shut it off. We shut the whole thing off.
No, they didn't. He stopped security payments that would have kept stuff like COVID leaking out of the Wuhan lab, not the gain-of-function funding. He turned it back on.
And we stopped making payments that were approved much earlier than our administration.
Which were security payments to make sure that stuff didn't leak from the lab. And did something leak from the lab? Is that the argument that they're making?
So let's just go through this.
Yeah, let's just go through it.
Daily Caller piece a little bit here. An internal National Institutes of Health presentation from June reveals that the agency flagged legislative amendments aimed at defunding gain-of-function research as amendments to watch, they said, and argued that they were based on conspiracy theories.
Oh, I see. So what they're trying to make the case, let me see if I can find this. Okay, so were they amendments to watch because they are trying to stop gain-of-function research, or because these conspiratorial bills will stop funding altogether for all kinds of disease research. Okay, the director's report presentation given June 9th at the 124th Advisory Committee to the Director meeting and unearthed by taxpayer watchdog group White Coat Waste Project identifies 4 amendments to the American Competes Act as amendments to watch. All 4 amendments were introduced by Republican lawmakers in an attempt to rein in funding for gain-of-function research in adversarial countries and work at the Wuhan Institute of Okay, we'll open that up and look at it. And we'll look at this guy. We'll look at this is the topics for today. Appointments and departures, awards and honorees, and update to NIH efforts to redress sexual harassment. 2 things that keep me up at night. Appointments and departures. This is the thing. This is the people. Look, all the folks. And advocacy awards and the House Appropriations Committee meeting where all the people who go, we never even heard about this, sit and listen to it. Appropriation action, at a glance. Alzheimer's, highlights of Omnibus, largest targeted increases, $289 million for Alzheimer's, NCI success rate 150, the HEAL Initiative, the Brain Initiative, COVID-19, $53 million, NIMHD, health disparities, 50, buildings and facilities, 50, all of us, research programs, cybersecurity, 40. This is the gathering, ALS, the bed oil, must pass provisions, Cures 2, amendment. Here's the amendments to watch. Okay, so this is, man, that's small. Gain of function research by a foreign adversary. National security and something else. Great quality stuff there. That's the visual is terrific. So let's see. The Rules Committee print of the text of H.R. 4521, the American Competes Act of 2022. That was parts of this were set to watch, and part of it was stuff about those guys. A lot of these have to do with policymakers. Okay, here you go. Amendments to watch. All 4 amendments were introduced by Republican lawmakers attempt to rein in funding for gain-of-function research in adversarial countries. So it's okay in other places, I guess, and work at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. A lot of these have to do with policymakers reacting to many of the controversies, many of the conspiracy theories that swirled during the pandemic. NIH Associate Director for Legislative Policy, and Annette said during the meeting, while speaking about the amendments, there's a lot of conversation about enhanced pathogens. There's a lot of conversation about international research, possible restrictions on different kinds of research. Okay, so the idea is that are these folks that are presenting this kind of shit, here we go. This is 5 hours long. Oh my God, no way. Day 1, these are the,
which makes for some interesting opportunities.
That's available data for the all of us stuff. Is there okay, these are folks. I mean, there's no way we're going to get through all of those things. All right. So said during the meeting while speaking about the amendments, there's a lot of conversation about enhanced pathogens. There's a lot of conversation about international research, possible restrictions on different kinds of research. There are a lot of permutations of this language that are out there and moving. We're watching all of it, but I want you to be aware of it. If we get out of this calendar year without some kind of policy being made next year, I think it will come back. The NIH has funded either directly. Okay, they're just basically because they're watching the way people are talking about this. And again, I would like to remind you of this little moment.
Why did you allow that? The Obama administration did hit pause on gain-of-function research, though, and that was lifted under your watch. Why did you allow the gain-of-function research to continue?
Well, I think probably people that worked for me looked at it, and at one point they might have done that, but ultimately what we did was we shut it off. We shut the whole thing off, and we stopped making payments that were approved much earlier than our administration.
Yes, payments about lab security, not about gain of function. The Obama administration had already cut that stuff. But, we'll continue.
The director's report presentation given in June to the director meeting unearthed by taxpayer watchdog group White Coat Waste Project.
Hold on, by the way. Unearthed by them? Let's see. UCast home, view date, the advisory committee, more viewing at... Yeah, they unearthed it on the site at here's where they unearthed it from. Videocast.nih.gov. And if you want more information, there's a link. They unearthed the thing that you're allowed to watch.
Identifies 4 amendments to the American Competes Act as amendments to watch. All 4 amendments were introduced by Republican lawmakers in an attempt to stop or rein in the funding of gain-of-function research in China and other places.
And they're going to watch them very severely. They're going to sit there and maybe they're just
places.
They're going to watch. They're watching them. These are things to watch. And watching, as we know, is the same thing as stopping or starting, or sideswiping or growing or shrinking.
Specifically, though, at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And so the NIH has funded either directly or indirectly gain-of-function research in the United States and abroad dating back a number of years. Of course,
Right. And they're going to continue to do it in the United States and abroad. The question is, do they trust the Wuhan lab? And Trump, during his presidency, specifically turned off the security funding that the United States was paying for, which meant there were fewer guards and fewer protocols at the Wuhan lab. And weirdly, that 2 years after he did that, and okayed, by the way, gain of function, at the same time, he okayed gain of function and then began to cut off funding for security there. 2 years later, we have COVID. Weird.
Brought you the Boston College story just a few weeks ago. That was a revelation that they were funding the Boston College. Like, what? You're doing it here in Boston? What the hell?
Yes, you are. Because gain of function research is useful on a bunch of different fronts, stupid. They take things there, they remove function as well. If you take out this gene, what happens? If you add this gene to other ones, what happens? They do a bunch of that shit. What happens if somebody evil does something and we haven't actually learned how to combat it, for example, in a laboratory setting? Next thing you know, these guys are going to be upset that our soldiers have bullets that can kill people.
Since way before the pandemic.
Right.
Before any lockdowns.
Yeah, so you had...
Weird. During the Trump administration? After the Obama administration had put limits on it?
You were literally working on it in the United States, and you lied about it. And it was signed...
No, they didn't.
Off by you can go to their website. You could go to Boston University's or Boston College. I forget, it was Boston University, and you could literally see on their website that it was funded by the NIH.
Right. Big fucking deal.
So you're lying, Dr. Fauci.
No, he isn't.
So COVID arguably started in the Wuhan lab.
But in his recent deposition, he said, I never approved those things. They didn't make it up to me. He was busy. He was floating above. He didn't know. But
he emphatically told us a number of times that that the NIH did not fund gain-of-function research. American taxpayers didn't pay for it, so they lied about it. Watch.
I don't know how many times I can say it, Madam Chair. We did not fund gain-of-function research to be conducted in the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Mm-hmm. So,
right. They didn't. And the Biden administration specifically put a moratorium on gain-of-function research, and the NIH abided by it. And then Trump came in and took that away.
Well, as part of this, what Senator Roger Marshall is now going to be looking at with this, they're still funding gain-of-function research in Wuhan.
Show me that. They're still funding gain-of-function research in Wuhan. Let's see it. Who is? Who's we?
How the hell does this happen?
I don't know. Show me. Show me that it's happening.
So Senator Roger Marshall says our investigation is uncovering new evidence each day that connects the NIH financial sponsorship to risky viral pathogen projects. We're also seeing NIH's blatant disregard for research processes that are supposed to mitigate risks that can cause pandemics like COVID-19. Responsible efforts underway in Congress are designed to prevent funding for dangerous research that benefits the Chinese Communist Party and protect America's public health. For the lead and the NIH congressional liaison to lash out at these efforts is, as conspiracy theories, says to me that NIH...
Yeah, they're not. Their concern is that your conspiracy theory that somehow people were funding the creation of COVID-19 and releasing it from the lab will make you less likely to fund necessary research in other places. And watching legislation, it's not like they're going to change the fucking legislation. What are they going to do? Go in front of an oversight committee about the NIH and argue? We really have to be able to create a worse version of SARS. We need to. What they're going to do is go in there and go, you guys, I know you think it's important to not do gain of function research, but there are other things that sound like gain of function that aren't, that save lives, and we have to do this. And if you have to thread this needle very thinly, because if you take out other areas, you'll kill people. You'll deny people care.
Leadership is feeling the walls closing in on their negligence. They're afraid that the money is going to dry up soon, and they're going to be held accountable for their role in the lab leak that led to the coronavirus pandemic.
By the way, you mean Trump's role in cutting security funding that allowed the pathogen to get out of the Wuhan lab, if that's indeed where it came from?
So a lot of experts believe, of course, that it did start there, that COVID started in the Wuhan lab.
And if you believe that, then you also have to believe that Donald Trump was almost singularly responsible for cutting the funding that would have kept it from leaking out of the lab.
Where U.S.-funded gain-of-function research was taking place as a result of the lab accident.
Only, by the way, after Trump got into office and allowed it to continue.
Many Republican lawmakers are now calling on the NIH to stop the funding completely, saying this should be illegal. We shouldn't be doing this at all. And they've been rolling out this legislation to try to stop it.
And people at the NIH are watching it to make sure that elements of it don't get exaggerated or blown out of proportion and affect other areas of research. They're going to watch it. It's being watched. There are areas to watch, and that they think there might be a law next year about it. So might want to watch to see if they're watching. This is is it a drive-by watching? Do they always feel like somebody's watching them?
And they keep
under
saying
Obama, it was made illegal.
Yeah.
Right. And then you fucked it up, dude. You fucked it up. Leave it to the guy in the Captain America shirt to come to the defense of Obama and fuck it up for Trump. You don't think he's got that Australian interview all queued up like I do, does he?
Can you believe that?
Yes, I can believe that. I know it for a fact.
It was too dangerous. Too many problems. You're going to take this thing and you're going to alter it and make it more prone to attach itself to human beings.
Right.
Right. While removing other elements of it so you can possibly create a cure or a delivery system for other treatments. Again, one of the biggest, let me explain this to you. One of the biggest anti-aging treatments that's coming is using your own stem cells and delivering them to every part of your body using viruses. Here's how it works. You create a viral casing that carries the stem cells. This is a virus that is a rhinovirus, or a brain virus, or a spinal virus, or a joint virus, or a virus that hits the liver or the kidneys. We know those viruses exist. So you create one that has all the traits of that virus except the ones that make you sick. The part of it that is trained by its genome to go to your kidneys, or go to your sinuses, or go to your brain, or to your spinal fluid, like meningitis or something like that. That's still there, but the effect that it would have once it gets there is gone. They have removed that part of it. Then they give you that. They inject you with this stuff. This is a treatment that's on its way. This is what they've been working on for the last couple of years. They made a bunch of advances. They give you the stem cells, your own stem cells, by the way, encased in this viral package. It goes to, let's say it's your joints are the problem. So they give you this, you know how you get the flu and it makes your joints ache and you feel all achy all over. It's because it's everywhere in your system. They give you this version. You won't have any aches because they've taken that part of it out. But the virus is in your system. They give you an antibiotic that kills the virus and releases the stem cells all throughout your body and sets your biological clock back 20 fucking years. This is something, yes, it's the carrier without the ill effects. That's exactly right. And that's Genuinely something that gets worked on all the time. And it's going to be the way they treat certain cancers. It's going to be way they treat certain age-related brain diseases. It's one of the advances in Alzheimer's treatment that they've been working on for a long time. And it will be the way that people ultimately put aging in check. Because if you want to talk about how you want to save money for people who are going to need more health care as they get older, because that's who most people spend the vast majority of their wealth at the end of life trying to extend a few years because of age-related illnesses. If you can stave those off or keep them from coming up at all but through an anti-aging process, that anti-aging process will also eliminate a lot of the age-related diseases that not only make your life miserable and horrible and make people die a very sad, decrepit death, but also it lowers the cost of healthcare for fucking everyone, because this single treatment could eliminate 5 or 6 other diseases that are age-related. And the way you do that is through gain-of-function and denial-of-function research. And by the way, for the record, this motherfucker and his wife, when this shit starts showing up as it's being tested by the FDA in the United States and slow-rolled, in other countries, they're going to speed through it. The CRISPR-Cas9 rate of treatment that you're going to see in second world countries with, decent medical systems, but not top of the line, where they allow for experimentation. They don't have any of the rules that we have because of the FDA, are going to speed roll this. Just like people can go get stem cell treatments in India or Mexico or other countries. I think it was even Mel Gibson was talking about taking his father to South America to get stem cell treatments because it's legal down there already. Believe me, all this gain of function shit that they're talking about already being done in those places. Already fucking happening. And beyond the fact that this guy is too stupid to understand that's what's going to lead to the treatments that he and his wife are probably going to pay 10 grand for in some South American country to kick their biological age back a decade in about 5 years. They'll bend. They'll go, this is amazing. I wish we had this in the United States. Meanwhile, they're decrying the very studies that will make it possible.
Right. And when asked about this in a deposition around the lawsuit between the two attorneys generals who are suing the Biden administration around censorship around COVID information, when Dr. Fauci was deposed in late November, he said, yes, I know it's illegal. And he said, but exemptions can be made, right? This was what he was asked. And he said, yes, exemptions can be made. Were there exceptions made? I don't know. They didn't make it up to me. So he was the head of the NIH. He knew that there was a law prohibiting something. And if exceptions were made, somehow he was not interested in keeping track of those exceptions. Yeah, he didn't know.
By the way, why would you need an exemption? Why were they made illegal? Who put the moratorium on? The Obama administration, as in Barack Obama and Joseph Robinette Biden. And who came in and made it not illegal anymore? Donald John fucking Trump.
Didn't make it up to him.
If you have a problem with any awful that you think Fauci did, it was Trump that gave him the freedom to do it.
That's what he said.
I feel like we're being naive to think that that's not what was happening in Ukraine too. Like, there's a reason they wanted this stuff off of U.S. soil, because they could be they didn't have to follow U.S. law in Wuhan or in Ukraine. So I think that kind of stuff is happening in more places than we know, only so that they can subvent the law.
Yeah. Subvert.
Subvent or subvert the law? You mean circumvent? They mean circumvent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Subvert.
Circumsubvert. Yeah, circumcise someone. Illegal adult circumcisions. Gotcha.
Yeah, substitution.
Circumcise the law.
Circumcise, yeah.
Oh my God.
They circumcision the law. So they, in Ukraine specifically, I mean, how many of these biolabs were there? And we now know that they weren't just there like testing like allergies. They were doing some serious shit.
Yes, they were checking largely for grain blight diseases because, I don't know if you know this, but they tend to grow a lot of wheat and corn and soybeans in fucking Ukraine, and watermelons as well. Most of it is about agriculture. Most of the diseases that humans have to deal with that really interrupt our lives are livestock and plant diseases because it's our fucking food supply.
This is why Mike Gallagher, Republican, is now calling for a full investigation. And why?
No, it isn't. Mike Gallagher's calling for a full investigation because he believes the QAnon conspiracies. Which, by the way, if that were the case, again, Donald Trump would have been president during the worst bioweapon attack in U.S. history, and his response was to sell the people who attacked us the largest order of pork, corn, soybeans, and beef in American history.
Why is this even still happening? Why is this even, like, this should be illegal right now? Watch.
Here's what's interesting. Why did money continue to flow to the EcoHealth Alliance after Fauci knew that EcoHealth was not in compliance with the required paperwork? This happened during the pandemic after we knew EcoHealth was in violation. And the fact that we haven't already outlawed gain-of-function research when we now know about the dangers of it. Gain-of-function research was, of course, something Fauci advocated for the better part of the last decade, is in
Right, because they were looking for an AIDS vaccine.
Saying to me, so there's a variety of things we need to do. We need to get all this out into the open. And the fact is, every time we try to get a document from NIH, every time we try to get a document from NIAID, Fauci's organization, it's like pulling teeth. The scientists should be in favor of transparency. That's a critical part of the scientific method, trying to disprove your working hypothesis.
So, by the way, that video is from the Daily Caller. That's what we were looking at. Let me see if I can find this guy right here. That's from his Gallagher's. It's 53 seconds of this.
Outlawed gain-of-function research when we now know about the dangers of it. Gain-of-function research was, of course, something Fauci advocated for the better part of the last decade, is insane to me. So there's a variety of things.
Right, but it wasn't insane to him, and he's he has history as a virologist, and he's been fighting the worst kind of pathogens in the world. And there are a lot of scientists who believe it's very helpful to use these things.
So that's Mike Gallagher. James Comer also on the House Intelligence Committee,
ironically,
is furious about this, and
because he's a one-note congressperson.
Says that we need to get to the bottom of this, and we're gonna.
Oh, believe me, if there's a bottom, he'll find it.
We're going to call for a full investigation on this when they take power in January. Watch.
Most concerning to me is, number one, U.S. tax dollars were sent to that lab to do that dangerous gain-of-function research. And
not it wasn't until Trump came in and allowed it. And also, the vast majority of the money that was sent there was not for any of the research that they funded in particular, except that the partnership stuff that they did there. Insofar as we know, it was for security at the lab, because that's the concern. That Chinese labs and Chinese facilities are notoriously lax in their security. It's fucking horrible.
Number two, by all accounts, the intelligence community has covered up every effort to try to determine the true origination of COVID-19. So what we're doing on the House...
No, they have not. That's just fucking ridiculous.
House Oversight Committee, we've sent letters to 40 government employees. Every government employee that had anything to do with sending tax dollars to EcoHealth Alliance received a letter from us. Any government employee that had anything to do with sending grant dollars to any of the scientists in America who defended Dr. Fauci's terrible decision-making throughout COVID, they got a letter. So,
great. So your tax dollars at work. He's sending letters to anybody who thought Fauci was doing his best. Isn't big government horrifying?
I don't think a lot of people were expecting us, Maria, to start at the bottom, but we've...
No, I always expect you to start at the bottom.
Identified...
and stay there.
All 40 of these employees, 12 of whom had never been identified before, and we've asked them to come before the House Oversight Committee.
They never had to show ID as employees at NIH? They'd never been identified before, had they?
To be interviewed in these transcribed interviews starting in January.
Yeah, so these...
Yeah. Boring. By the way, do I think for a second that there are people at NIH or CDC over the years that have that push the limits of science into areas that aren't safe? but do it because they think it's necessary for safety long term and make bad decisions? Of course. But what's the argument here? What is the idea? And again, was the NIH, along with this eco-health company, funding gain-of-function research in Wuhan specifically to create bioweapons in theory? And that's what these assholes are saying about the Ukraine biolabs too, which were largely, again, working on wheat blight. Is the theory that they were actively working to create a planet depopulating pathogen, and they chose to do it in China for whatever fucking reason, I don't know. And the Obama-Biden administration told them to stop, and Trump said, you know what, go ahead.
40 employees, they were keeping these names secret. So the House Intelligence Committee got their names, found out who they are, and now they're going after them. And they're...
What do you mean going after them? And again, they might keep their names off the radar simply because assholes like you will put targets on their backs. Ask Yoel Roth, who is both hero and villain on the right now.
They're hauling their asses in front of Congress to...
Which you say Congress should be able to haul people's ass in front of them? So Representative Scott Perry should have to testify to the January 6th committee? Is that what you're saying?
Testify on the record in written...
On the record. Under oath, you mean? Like Trump?
Transcripts to get to the bottom of this and what this gain-of-function research was happening.
What this gain-of-function research was happening. Words are fun.
I still get irritated that they don't keep going back a little bit further to 2017 when Fauci was telling Trump that there was going to be a pandemic, because saying that and having the knowledge of what was going on, because they already knew that.
Hey, fuckstick. Everybody knew there was going to be a pandemic at some point. We are an interconnected world. The reason he brought it up to Trump then is that's when Trump decimated the pandemic response team. He was like, no, we're going to need these fucking people. We had SARS. We had the fucking bird flu. And this is bad. This is going to happen. It's not a matter of if, but when. And Trump in 2017 was getting rid of the pandemic response team because it had Obama's name on it. That's why he brought it up.
That the coronavirus wasn't going to attach to humans, so they were adding that so that it did. So if he had the foreknowledge of that, knew what kind of research they were doing, and was that confident, not saying there might be a pandemic, he said it will happen. So
yes, because everybody knew, because we'd had them before. Spanish flu, polio, tuberculosis. They used to scoop people up in the United States because they were coughing and throw them in a fucking sanatorium. Again, never a matter of if, but when.
So, like, they're not going back and drawing that timeline to, like, did he have foreknowledge of this?
No. Jesus Christ. Go to FEMA and ask them about whether or not we're going to have hurricanes next year. Go to the Midwest and ask somebody at a coffee shop about whether or not eventually, at some point, we might want to prepare in case there's another tornado. We've had a bunch of them before, but, you know, they might get worse. They might be lighter. We don't know. But if it's worse, we should be prepared. Are these people in the Midwest part of big tornado, you dipshit?
Like, that makes this way worse.
Well, yeah.
No, it doesn't. You're fucking dumb. These guys are dumb. Be a fucking adult. You prepare for things. And by the way, these assholes in any business setting will tell you, hope for the best and expect the worst. I mean, Fauci was the man on the grassy knoll. It wasn't me. It was the one-armed man.
What they're saying.
Well, of course they did, right? Because we know that they did, because they were planning for it in that summertime. I mean, they had literally a meeting about it and what they're...
Right, because it's going to fucking happen. It's their responsibility. Motherfucker, this is like saying we know there's going to be World War III because the military does war games all the time. Because the Pentagon doesn't shut down in peacetime entirely. They must be planning a nuclear war because they sit and talk about what happens if this country fires first or we do or whatever. Do these fuckers not adult ever?
Their plans were for lockdowns and everything else. So They knew that this was coming. I mean, Bill Gates knew that this was coming.
Anybody knows this is coming. Anybody knows there's going to be another one. The question is, how do you handle it best? And you game out, what happens if we do this? Well, it might not work because of this. What if we do this? I don't know if this might actually help. How do we save the most number of lives with the least amount of backslide? Fucking hell.
There was all the warning signs, and of course, I mean,
that's a great one. Asteroids. Why the fuck did we... Obviously, NASA knows there's a giant asteroid headed for the Earth because they did that experiment to knock an asteroid off course. Obviously, they're all in bed with big asteroid.
I would love to know. I would love to hear what they get from him. And Fauci has said he will testify. Like, if he's called upon to testify, he said he will. He doesn't, miss an opportunity to be in front of the camera. So
yes, but we probably will get a lot of what we got out of his depositions was a lot of I do not recall, I wasn't involved in that, I don't know.
Yeah.
Weird. You know what we should do is Trump should sit down and be deposed and not be allowed to plead the fifth and see what he says about anything that happened during his presidency. Pick any month at random and just go through what happened during that month and see if Trump can. I mean, I'm sure he'll remember some of his golf games.
It was like watching Oliver North.
It's like a dead end.
Yeah.
It's a dead end.
But I mean, right now, this gain of function research is still happening. It's being funded by U.S. taxpayers, and they've been lying about it. So it's
No, they aren't. No, it isn't. Citation needed. Where? Because every time they reference this shit, they're like, it's still happening. Like, because in 2017, when Trump allowed it to start up again, it started up again.
Continuing to happen in China.
Where?
China. We'll continue to watch this story, and we'll bring you that.
It's continuing to happen in China. First of all, this asshole is on Team China. Secondly, prove it.
As soon as there's some congressional move on that side of things.
Really quick, did you guys ever see Stranger Than Fiction with Will Ferrell?
No, that was on my list. I never did get to see it.
One of the best. You need to watch it because Megan Gyllenhaal plays the woman character in there, and
the woman character. Yeah. There's at least one in movies. It's irritating, I know.
He's auditing her as an IRS agent because she refused to pay all of her taxes. And what she said was, I just didn't pay the part that you send for war. If we would all just keep the taxes that pay for war, which is 55%, keep the taxes that are paying for this gain of function, and only pay a percentage of our taxes that actually goes to bridges, roads, and that stuff, they wouldn't be able to do this stuff. We give them so...
Okay, first of all, asshole, they don't live in America anymore. They fled the country because they were committing fraud. I don't know that they pay any taxes in America anymore. Or why they even would. Where the fuck are you?
So much money.
And by the way, try it. Ask a Republican about, like anyone in office, how to do that. Knock yourself the fuck out. And by the way, tell Republicans you don't want to pay for the part that goes to the Defense Department.
For them to just waste inefficiently. And it just is so frustrating because by proxy now, I'm responsible for the pandemic. I'm responsible for what's going on in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's almost like voting matters. And your vote for Donald Trump made you more responsible for the pandemic than those of us that voted against that motherfucker.
I'm responsible for people dying all over the world, and I hate that.
Yeah, we just did our taxes, and I know it's all going right to this. It's all going right to war.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I do tax planning every month, so it's a kick right in the balls if I had them, which I don't.
Again, citation needed.
Thank you so much for...
Oh, my God. It's a kick right in the balls if I had them, which I don't. I think that wraps up the kind of intellectual depth of that argument, of their entire take. That said, hey, thanks for hanging out with me today. Whew, that was a marathon. 2 hours this morning, 5 hours this afternoon. Yeesh. I need some food. I need to kick back. I've got laundry to do. I've got a honey-do list that's as well, it's pretty long, just saying. And I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, those of you that hung in for the entire ride. And Benny Loco, thanks for calling in today. And thanks to Wes for calling in yesterday. And just everybody who called in. It was just lovely talking to you guys, some of whom I've spoken to, and heard your voice before, and others I have not. That was really nice. I'll be on tomorrow. Thursday, of course, is later. The show starts at 4 o'clock, which, gives me a little wiggle room, I can sleep in a little bit, I suppose, although I have so much shit to do. Oh, boy. I do need some kitten time to decompress. It's true. It is very true. But I need food first, because I haven't eaten really today. So, because I finished at 11 and then had to be online with Chicago at like 11:45. And at that point, I wasn't really, quite frankly, hungry. So, I had a bowl of cereal. That's it. That's not enough. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself and take care of somebody else. And you know what? I had fun. I did. I have to say, yes, it was tiring. Yes, it was a lot, but it was a good time. And it was really fun to fill in. And I appreciate people saying that I should fill in for other shows. I'm glad to do it. Born to do it. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. Have a good night. Take care of yourself and take care of somebody else. Okay, bye.